chair here. And now you can put your chair here. Especially when you're in that shack, right? Mine are strong, just like yours are.
You what?
Yours are strong. Excuse me?
Stay away. It's hot.
Oh, yeah. There's a spider. Where the right next to the wheel is home.
What? Oh, he's out. Where is he? Up at the table? Okay. All right, folks, welcome to the Sugar Shack. We are most likely doing our last boil of the 2024 season. It has been a terrible year so far, but we decided to take a gamble and leave some of our taps in. Actually, we left all the taps in, and the bucket stopped running. We had 50 days above freezing, so the buckets completely stopped. But our lines restarted after the little cold snap we had last week, which is great. So even though we cleaned everything up and we're done, we decided to go ahead and boil today anyway. We had, I'll have to actually look, we had close to 500 gallons come down this week. Did not test the sugar content yet. I will go out and do that before I'm done here today. But we did decide to stay in, again, take a little gamble, stay in and see what happened. It appears the gamble paid off, which is great. We figured we had nothing to lose by leaving the taps in a little bit longer, just to see what happened with the weather. So, a little gamble and see if that paid off. That's our filter. We've got an Orland filter and 4 pre-filters on there. But we steam them on the hood. That warms them up a little bit and helps everything flow through better. We've got a little bit in the finisher, the bottler still. But again, last boil of the season. I think I'll do a little bit tomorrow, but it's all kind of considered one boil. Not a great year. When I stopped the other day, whenever that was, I think we've got about 33 gallons. We were hoping for 75. So, and 75 was going to be on the kind of the conservative end, kind of a conservative or slightly lower than average, but we didn't even beat that. So, Average is about a quart per tap. We've got 318 out. So we figured at a quart per tap, we would end up with about 300 quarts, which is 75 gallons. Like I said, we're sitting about 33, I think. My notes are over here. A little bit in the finisher, but we had bottled 33 and a quarter. So if the sugar content's halfway decent on this, it'll actually potentially increase our yield for the season by 20%. So that's a big number. Very important that we did that. At least in the Hudson Valley of New York, the yield this year has been absolutely terrible. Some of the guys are less than a quarter of what they usually produce. So, it would not surprise me to see the price of syrup increase a little bit. If you have any questions, comments, anything like that, leave a comment on the video. It comes up on the screen and I can answer it. I'm just walking around right now as we get things straightened out and warmed up, heated up. Got some filters from the finisher I'm washing over here. One of the best things to wash these with is the distilled water that runs off from the hood. So that's what's going on over here. Sugar sand has been terrible this year. Very, very high sugar sand content. What are you doing? Kids are out by the road with I got with a table set up selling some maple syrup out there. We did increase prices a bit this year. We had to. The cost of supplies went up, the cost of glass went up, and the way it's looking right now, we'll be lucky to even break even. So, need to smoke things a little bit. By doing what we just did up there, preheats the hoods are we got this on our preheat hood, and it steams these filters a little bit, which helps everything run through better. So again, not a great year in the syrup industry, in the Hudson Valley at least. I have heard other parts of New York with a similar story. Not exactly sure how Vermont is doing. Saw an article the other day about Canada has their maple syrup reserve and it's at a critical low. Kind of a funny thing. I never thought about a maple syrup reserve. So I have a maple syrup reserve in my house, but you know that's for us. Trying to get things organized here a little bit. We're closing in on a draw. I'm going to try to tweak this a little. Kids have been in here moving things. Let's see, how's that? A little bit better maybe. So that's where I work, down there. More, a little better, a little bit better. There we go. That's better. Now you can see where we draw off. This is the side we're drawing off today, the left side. Okay. Again, any questions you have, comment on the video. It comes up on the screen. I can answer those questions. Bring a little more wood in before I get going here. Just bringing in wood. Give me a couple minutes and I'll give you a tour around the sugar house. Okay, so any questions at all, please comment on the video. It comes across the bottom of the screen and I can answer them. Just kind of getting things warmed up. I guess we can go for a half hour, 40 minutes, somewhere in there. All right. So what we have here is a liter evaporator, 2x6 arch. It's 2 feet wide, 6 feet long. We've got a Small Brothers Lightning preheat hood. Yeah, put it there. And what that does is that preheats our sap from, I guess it's probably close to 50 degrees sitting outside, brings us up to 170, 180. That way when it goes in the main evaporate pan, it actually doesn't slow down the boil nearly as much as if it was going in at 50 degrees. So it raises that temperature usually 120 to 140 degrees, which is a big deal. So that's our preheat hood in the back. Below that preheat hood is the main evaporator. That's a 2x4 raised flue. And the flues basically are fingers. What happens is the fire rolls up through these fingers, and that fire rolls all the way back to the stack in the back. We've got a 10-inch stainless steel stack, and every now and then at night you can see a little bit of fire blowing out of the top, especially when we open this front door. We go through a lot of wood. It is not uncommon if I'm running a 10 or 12 hour day to run through a cord of firewood. So we burn exclusively pine, hemlock. Every now and then a little bit of cedar gets in there, but most of it is junk wood that we cleared off a job somewhere. We cleared off our property. Daniel? No. Nope. Gotta leave it there. So if you look at this, it's just kind of nasty pine, but it turns into pretty good syrup. Gives us that flame we need. We need that flame to roll all the way through.
Down there where it's not supposed to. It's just that a piece of wood came down with it.
Our front pan is a 2x2. It's a flat bottom, that's our finish pan. We're getting very close to drawing off here momentarily. What you see here is just a cheater stick, that way I can look in and see the level of the pan without having to measure it. So there's a sight glass on the other side for the back pan, and that really tells me how much is in the back pan. I don't have to stick my head in and look. The back pan runs between a 1/4 inch above those flues and 1 1/4 inches. So there's not a lot of sap in that back pan, and that's what gives us a really nice boil. We really get some good efficiency. On a good day, kind of our average here is about 40 gallons per hour through this setup. On a good day, I've done 43, 43 and a half, and kind of a low day is 36 or 37 gallons an hour. That's raw sap. That's not how many gallons of syrup we produce an hour. A lot of that has to do with what the weather's like outside. It's a nice day today, nice clear day. Should evaporate pretty well, I hope. We don't use a reverse osmosis machine, which a lot of the guys are using. We go all old-fashioned, traditional, basically. Wood fire, not propane, not forced oil. The only propane we really use is in the finisher or the bottler. That's propane because I can control the heat perfectly. It's on a little camp stove type setup. So I'm just watching this front pan here. I've got a thermometer here and it's just about ready to draw. So I've been watching that pretty close. Like I said, I got a little cheater stick here just so I can see what the levels are in this pan. It's not quite ready to draw, but it is close. I'll close this a little bit. If you're just starting out, one of the keys to this is going to be to try to keep as much heat in this as possible. We've got a tarp hung over. We've kind of got a lean-to, three-sided lean-to with a tarp behind this camera here. And the tarp across the door really keeps a lot of cold from blowing past the evaporator. And that's a key aspect to help us actually stay where we want to stay heat-wise. It's all about heat, all about running efficient. We want to see the whole back pan with a rolling boil. We want to see the front pan boiling well, which it is. Every now and then we add a drip of vegetable oil, and the vegetable oil kind of sits on the top of this front pan and it stops the foam from coming up. So just to give you an idea, this bottle is now on its 3rd year basically, and that is how much we have used over the course of 3 years. Only a couple ounces. It's a 4-ounce bottle. We've used about 2.5 ounces over the course of now its 3rd year. So about 100 and I think we'd be close to 60 last year and 50 the year before. So about 140 gallons, and that's how little bit of a defoam agent that we have used. Like I said, that's just the vegetable oil that sits on top. It really helps with the foam. Over here, you can't quite see, it's just off the camera, but I'm rinsing out our filters for the bottler, trying to get them cleaned out well. We run a total of 10 filters. I run 4 pre-filters for the cone filter, and we run 4 pre-filters for the flat filter, which is on the bottler, and then we run a heavy filter as well, 1 on each. So by the time the syrup gets drawn off in the bottles, it's actually been gone through 10 total filters, not counting the pre-filter before it even hits our evaporator, which helps with little wood chip specks and bark and things like that. This is very much an all-natural process here. You want to go dump that? You can dump that.
Must be a little heavy. I still can carry it.
I think you can do it.
I can carry it.
Good job. We're just waiting for this front pan to move some of the sugar across. The sap comes in this current setup. The back pan, the sap today is dropping in the front left-hand side of the back pan. It works its way through and it comes out the front right-hand side of the pan. It then goes to the back right-hand side of the finished pan, and it works its way through. It's got 4 dividers, and when it hits this side, it's syrup. That's a very simplified way of explaining it, but that's really the basics of how it works. It's pretty simple as far as that goes. We do use, put that one back there, yep. We do use a lot of firewood. It's pretty busy during the year, cutting it, splitting it, storing it. We store them all in those big IBC totes, whether they're the 275 or the 330s.
It's almost up to the top.
Okay.
I mean, this.
Yep, that's okay.
It's fine. It
You
went
see
over.
some of the steam coming off here. Boiling pretty good, I think. That's enough. We'll bring some wood. Okay. One of the things that happens is we turn the syrup quite quickly when it happens. Looks like we're just about there. I've got a thermometer as a guide on the side of the front pan here. And the general way it works is at 7 degrees over the point of boiling water, we have syrup. We then use a hydrometer, which is what I'm about to use here, to actually check that, make sure it's truly accurate. And Daniel just fell with firewood.
Over a brick.
Over a brick. So what we have here, I don't know if you can see it. Anyway, what we have here is our hydrometer, and this red line right here, we want that to be slightly above the level of the syrup, which if you'll see it is. I gotta dump this in and actually draw it off. We are definitely drawing dark syrup tonight, no doubt about that. For those wondering, Daniel's fine, just rather upset. Okay. So that's how we do the draw and the test. That's still a syrup, but only just there. So we'll stop the draw with what we've done here. Let the pan is on a float. So we'll let that pan fill itself back up. And it should be a pretty sweet front pan right now. Let me throw a little more wood in and then I'll give you a quick tour. This top just helps keep the heat in. The bottom of it's clean and it keeps any of the dust out of the filter area there. I forget how many cords of wood we have gone through this year. I did a count earlier in the year and have since forgotten. So. I think we're about 5 cord in, something like that. Some of it wasn't great, so it didn't burn as well as we would have liked. What are we making, Jay? We're making maple syrup. Give you the grand tour here. We are a proud member of New York Maple Producers Association. Also 24, I just haven't had a chance to set that new sticker up yet. So, there's the alternate view. Usually you see the other side. But this is our 2x2 front pan. The syrup is basically being made in the front. The main evaporation is happening in the back, and I'll show you that in a moment. But if we look in here without getting too steamy, those are very, very sugary bubbles. Jay, you're in New York City? Nice. And then these bubbles out here look very sugary as well. We're going to have another draw here momentarily, I think. And I'll give you a quick view of the back pan, and then I'm going to draw again, test again. This is the back pan. This is where most of the evaporation is done. So any commercial setup, any big setup that does maple sugar, maple syrup, they all have a setup like this. This is the general setup. But they've all got a setup like this. This is the general setup. Many of them just have a much bigger setup. So the guys up at Shaver Hill, which is in Harpersfield, New York, they have, I don't remember how big their arch is, which is this whole setup here. It's bigger than this entire room. It's massive. I believe their setup can cook down. They reverse osmosis, but they produce and run through about 3,000 gallons of sap an hour, which is absolutely insane compared to what we're doing here. Their setup is much bigger. I think they use fuel oil to fire the arch, whereas we're using wood. Again, if my memory serves correct. I'll finish the tour here. I'll give you a little better tour. There we go. There's our finished setup that I was talking about. That's Smoky Lake makes that, and it's got the simple propane burner on the bottom. Lasts for a long time. There's some of the product that we've made this year. We've already sold quite a bit. A little bit of syrup everywhere, actually. And then over here, I've got these are a couple of the filters I was just rinsing out. Those are pre-filters, plus a towel for when I need it. Well, let's give you a quick walk around the back here through the back door. And that's where the sap gets stored. It comes through here, runs through here, switches to copper. Anywhere that gets warm is copper. There's copper underneath those pieces of cloth there. There we go. And our cold sap, we have acres of trees. Yeah, we've got 24 acres. Our cold sap comes through here, and it enters our preheat hood. And our preheat hood, when it enters that, is about 50 degrees. It then comes out this lower piece of copper pipe here. When it comes out there, it's about 190, sometimes 200 degrees. It flows, that's a little heat shield I built for the stack. It flows down here and then up. And what we have in here where this foam is there's a little plunger valve. You can see it kind of auto cycles itself. So there's a float box. As the level in the pan drops, the float drops and it pulls more sap in. There's our sight glass there for the back. Anything between those two black lines, we're good and we're right about where we need to be. And then it flows all the way through and it comes into here. And this is where it flows into the front pan. And that's basically a concentrated sap that's hot flowing into the front pan. Usually that's running out at somewhere in the 10 to 12% range. And it's flowing in through our raw sap is flowing in usually around 2%, is coming out 10 to 12%. So much of the evaporation is done in that back pan. It then flows through this front pan, comes into the first bay there. Try to back out so we don't steam it up too bad. Comes in back here and just zigzags exactly like this. And looks like we're just about at syrup again. I can tell just by the look of the bubbles. But here's that little thermometer I was telling you about. Essentially the guide is at 7, that's where we start testing our syrup. Usually we start testing at around 6, and then I pay a lot more attention at 7, and depending on the day it's usually flowing around 8 degrees above 212, or the boiling point of water. Syrup is technically syrup at basically 7 degrees above boiling water. Throw some more wood in. You might notice that as I put it in, I fan it out a little bit. Try to let more airflow through that wood. And the door on the evaporator will also start to glow a little bit. Can I purchase online? We don't have a way to do it online right now, Jay. Unfortunately. Huh? What? Oh, Abby says thank you for asking. No, we don't have a way to ship it right now. Excuse me, I need to. Oh no, I don't. I need to draw off. So we keep the test cup hot. We keep the hydrometer hot. It's a glass hydrometer, so we don't want to run 220 degree stuff in a cold glass, but also we want the test cup to be warm. And I'll bring it over here. It is above syrup, so we'll do another draw off. But if we look at that, that red line is above the syrup. Oh, you're very welcome, Jay. If you haven't done so, please subscribe to the channel. I'd appreciate that. We're running through with quite a bit of sand here today, fortunately. And sand is the niter buildup, which is a byproduct of boiling. These filters also filter out any impurities that might get in there while we're boiling, bark and whatever else is blowing around, ash sometimes. my dinner here. Got somewhere in the area of 500 gallons to boil, which is a surprise blessing. We didn't think that was going to happen this year. Seemed like the year was over and we took a little gamble, stayed in, and paid off. We've made everything from very, very light syrup all the way down to dark syrup. And then back to medium. Now we're back at dark. And it bounced all over. One thing we have done is we've started doing a cinnamon maple syrup, which is pretty cool. Here's our light stuff that we had earlier this year. Really nice, light, great for gift baskets, housewarming gifts, things like that. The most common thing that we do is we do a lot of quartz. We've also been doing pancake bottles with cinnamon. That's super popular. This is what a pancake bottle is. It's a flat bottle, but that's got cinnamon in it. Let's see if I can put it up to the light here a little bit. You can see we actually put a cinnamon stick right in it. That is very tasty, if I say so myself. We've done some of those, which have been a pretty good, pretty big hit for some people. Other people want just the syrup. I've done a decent bit of pork jars. Sure. This one's not super clear, but you can see it's kind of a mid to dark. A little bit of an issue with some of our filtering this year, where it filtered fine, but it didn't come out perfectly clear. Basically lowered the color rating. Been watching for more than a couple minutes. You can see we go through a pretty good bit of wood. That up. we've got the kids floating around out here. Right. Sorry, I'm eating a little bit here. Got hungry. Not the best year, maple syrup wise. Obviously, averages come around for a reason. You get highs and lows. Every now and then you get a year that just blows you out of the water, and every now and then you get a year that really drags that average right down. Well, that's what this year was. We're hoping for 75 gallons this year. So far we've made 33. Statewide, the Maple Producers Association did a survey before the season was over, but they did a survey, and the majority of people who responded were anywhere from 25 to 75% of what they usually make. So I think about 40% were between 50 and 75% of what they usually make. 20% were kind of where we are, which is 25 to 50% of what we usually make. Some of the folks actually were in the 0 to 25% of what they usually make. And I think only 10 or 15% said they were 75 to 100%. And I'm not sure if they had 100% or higher. If they did, it was only a couple percent that would have said, yeah, we're in that range. If you happen to come across the sugar house, kids have got a table set up out by the road with syrup for sale. We have started messing around a little bit with granulated sugar, so we will start to have that for sale here soon. That's a lot easier to ship, and as we learn more and practice more, we'll have different things available. I don't think we'll have a lot this year, especially since I think the syrup is just going to go. And there won't be much left over to play with. Eating dinner. I've been running around all day with a friend of mine, so didn't have much chance to eat while I was with him. bring in some wood. It's Jackson's official job is bringing in the firewood. See, I'm sure you can see on the, you see that? Maybe you can see a little bit. When the dust hits the door, it sparks up pretty hot. Have any questions, comments? If you comment on the video, there's a few minute delay. Depends on the day. Sometimes there's a 30-second delay, sometimes there's a couple minute delay. But if you comment on the video, it comes across my screen, I can see it. I can answer those questions that you might have. Very happy to answer those questions. Pre-filters that go in the finisher here, bottle or finisher. We draw into that draw-off tank, it goes through those filters, and then I've got another set of filters here, flat filters, what they're called, there's a flat filter setup, and it goes through these into the bottler. Pretty simple setup really, but confusing if not explained. What? So there were several reasons behind the lack of a good syrup here this year. Many of the guys found the sugar content was quite low. So that was a big negative. The weather was not great. We had too many days above freezing in a row, too many days and nights, 24, 48, 72 hours sometimes. And that's not good when you're looking for 22, 24 at night, and 40 during the day. When you have that many days above freezing, the holes in the trees start healing. When they start healing, the sap stops flowing. So we go through a lot of wood. Give you a quick tour around. There we go. Again, a proud member of the Maple Producers Association in New York. We are for 24. I just didn't refresh the poster. So what we have here is a liter evaporator, 2x6 arch. The arch is where the fire is. We've got, you can see a little bit of discoloration on the door. That'll actually glow red, especially as the night goes on. You can see it better. We've got a 2x2 syrup pan in the front. That's covered. That's what little door looking thing is. It's a condensation tube that comes off. The red there is a condensation tube. And in the back, we have a 2x4 evaporator pan that's raised flue. And the preheat hood is above that. What happens is the sap comes in right there by this towel. Comes through. And in this kind of the more square rectangle part right here, the sap goes through there. It's got multiple pipes that it goes through, zigzag style. I don't remember if it's 8 or 10, passes through, and then it comes out this bottom piece of pipe here, comes through the bottom into this float box. And the float box automatically regulates the level of sap that's in the back pan. Sounds complicated, it's not. It's a very simple seesaw system almost. As the level in the pan goes down, this float lowers. When the float lowers, it takes the arm and pulls the arm up. And we got some foam in there. But that little stainless steel plug right there raises and lowers based off of what this arm does, what that sap level in the pan does. When it lifts up, it pulls the plug out of this tube, this pipe that comes up from the bottom. So that's how simple that works. Inside here is where the main evaporation happens. A little hard to see just because of seam and whatnot, but if I go to the other side, it'll make it a little bit easier. Let's do that. Got a little better light on the other side. I put a work light above it. There we go. All right, that's what it looks like inside there. Insanely hot. Even the hood itself is hot. You can see the steam rolling out. And keep in mind, that's sugar basically boiling, so it does burn you worse than average. But there's a box in the back, very hard to see. Let's see if we can kind of see it. There's the box by where that handle is. That's our distribution box. And coming out of that is a pipe. Let's see if we can see it. Nope, not really. Can't really see it. But there's a pipe that runs this way and dumps the sap in the front corner. That's the way we have it set up today. So it dumps in this front corner. It zigs and zags back and forth until it comes out in the opposite front corner. So that comes out on this side here. It flows through here. And we have another automatic float here. This one's pretty simple as well. As the level in the pan drops, I'm going to override it for a second here. You can see it pulls more sap through. And one thing we've got going on a lot today, we had a lot last time we boiled too. We've got a lot of niter buildup, a lot of sugar sand buildup. So our filters are clogging pretty quickly today. To turn this around, I've got to throw a little more wood on and do a quick filter clean. So over the years, every year we've been adding more trees, every year we've been adding more lines. Trying to make it a little bit easier to do with less manpower. The one thing we have that's very time consuming is the actual boil itself and cutting and splitting all the wood that we use for the boil. So if we can make the collection part a little less time consuming, that's a good thing. We still have some buckets, a little bit of nostalgia there. We like those buckets. Kind of reminds us of the good old days, as it were. So we do have some buckets that we're using. Otherwise, much of it is lines into, you heard me say the IBC coats, it's lines into food grade IBC coats, which is then pumped into the back of the UTV, which comes here into our nurse tank. Everything is either stainless or food grade plastic, which is kind of an important distinction. You really want that, everything to be food grade. The fire took off a little bit. I put some good hemlock in it. It likes that. These are our pre-filters here I'm taking out now. You heard me mention those. They basically get the large amount of that sugar sand out, along with any imperfections that may have showed up while we were boiling. You know, I'm opening the fire, so every now and then we'll get a little bit of ash floating around. If you really wanted to, you can eat this stuff. It's not terrible for you. The way my grandfather used to do it was just boil, 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 and then do a simple filter through a bed sheet or a t-shirt, whatever was, you know, new and clean, obviously, but that was the way he used to do it. It worked just fine. Since we have people buying our product, we don't do it that way. We do use the actual, you know, approved filters and whatnot. But if you're just starting out, you'll be able to make some of your own syrup. The way we do it inside with the kids, they get a 5-gallon pot basically, or a couple 2-gallon pots, I guess, with a 5-gallon bucket. Sap, and we boil that down for them. And we pre-filter that. We don't post-filter it. It's a little too much. You lose too much in the filtering for a tiny homemade operation, basically. Stuff we're drawing off right now is what my grandfather used to call liquid creosote. Very dark, very flavorful, very rich maple flavor. It will be just as sweet as the lighter stuff. A lot of people say that the darker it is, the less sweet it is. It still has the same sugar. You just don't taste that sweetness quite as much because of how strong the maple flavor is. I guess I've lost my firewood helpers, so.
Water?
Yeah. You hear me stop for a couple minutes, and then I went to get firewood. Drink lots of water when you're out doing this. Very important. The fire will dehydrate you very quickly. it's dark. Dark. Yeah. And it's coming off almost black. Still tastes good. Yep. Who's this? Yeah, welcome to our sugar house. Last boil of 2024. I might boil a little bit tomorrow. I'm not going to get this all done today, but we're closing in quickly on the end of the season. I think we were actually past the end of the season earlier, but came back and gave us one more small run that we're thankful for. We have a neat collection here. My uncle gave this to me the other day. A neat collection of some old spiles, and that's what we used to drill into the tree. We don't use anything like this at this point, but it's a pretty cool collection. Something as simple as this could have been used as a spile many years ago. A simple piece of bent metal. The other one we have is this guy here, and you can see how big that hole is. It's a pretty good sized hole, but it would run through the middle down here, and you've got a hook to hang your bucket on. So that's pretty neat. Slightly more modern version of that. Still a large diameter hole here that you're going to be drilling. We've gone down to a 5/16 at this point. Also, we're using, other than our bucket trees, we're using all plastic spiles. But this is kind of a neat old one. And then, as we continue to go back here over the years, we've got a hand whittled wooden spile. You can see, let's see, can we see through that? Not really. But you can see the end here. It's what they used to hammer into the tree. And they whittled the front to come out. It's got a hook on it to hang your bucket. And we've got another one here. This one's actually a little bit nicer, but you can kind of see through there. But again, hand whittled, really neat. I love this neat old stuff. That's pretty cool. I like that collection. Pretty neat. We're using a 5/16 file now rather than the old 7/16. Better for the tree, heals up quicker, and does not seem to affect the yield whatsoever. Had this been our first year on 5/16 files, I would have been really questioning that because it was such a bad year. But we've been using them for 2 years now, and it has not affected the yield. So overall, just a bad year. Weather-wise, it just wasn't there. That's past surf, but wide. Flood this front pan a little bit. It ran past syrup on me. It's not entirely uncommon to happen, especially when I get talking. I'm going to do a draw on this without testing because it's way, way, way fast. I'll grab my test up here. These are hydrometers. Glass pieces of hydrometers. Let the level in the pan come up a bit before I pull more. We don't want to draw so much that we drain that pan right out. So what I'm doing is I'm overflowing or overriding the float a little bit here. A little more fluid in the front pan. What had happened last time is we cleaned everything up and then got another run. So we ran that through, and now it's kind of happened again where we somewhat cleaned things up and we got another run. So the way a hydrometer works is it floats in this test cup. And if you've been watching for a while, you know that. But if you've never seen it before, you gently lower it in, and where this line is right above my finger here, it should float and push above that, which if you see, and you can definitely see, that's floating well above that. Still very, very heavily syruped. So I got talking for a while and lost track of time. Let that front pan work down a bit. It's drawing in about as fast as it can. But we'll let that calm down a bit. You can hear it got quieter in here. That is because the oil stopped. It didn't stop, but it slowed down. I gotta get some wood in here. You almost, I don't know if you can see a little bit. Hard for me to see the bottom corner here. So hopefully you can see, especially if you're on a computer or a TV. See that door is a little red? Got talking and lost track of feeding the stove. There we go. I'll come back now. And you'll hear very quickly snapping and crackling, and you'll see this come right back up to temperature.
a display. If I want that, and I put it in the car, and I put my fork, but that's good.
So far today we boiled down about 65 gallons. Good.
I'm just wondering that one. And I would edit that. Yeah, that's sure.
Billowing smoke out in the back. Also good.
It's going really flat.
Basically, the more we open the door, the more this front pan cools because it pulls the air right across the bottom of it. We don't want to load a whole lot. We want to try to keep a good consistent heat. Good consistent heat helps us boil off most efficiently. So our most efficient boil is going to come from that good heat.
I eat it out.
Rolling along all right. Again, we're real happy that we got anything now from this last run. Like I said, it was a complete gamble that we kept our taps in. Really weren't sure how things were going to go. Buckets did dry up. The lines, we were able to keep going with, which is great. I'm going to switch out one of these pre-filters now. There's an awful lot of sugar sand in this oil. Not entirely surprising, but it makes for an extra interesting filtering process. You can see this dark right here at the bottom of the screen. You can see how dark that is. That's all that niter that's being filtered out right now by that pre-filter. It keeps from going into this heavy filter. So we've got 4 of these pre-filters and then the thick Orlon filter. Everything used to be wool, and now it's all a synthetic material. From what I think personally, the wool filters work better, but they're no longer sold. We no longer use them. So we're using what what is recommended now. Of course, everything I say is my own opinion, not necessarily backed by science. As far as filtering goes, supposedly the Orlon filters filter better. Like I said, just my own experience, I found that they're a lot slower and tend to clog a lot quicker than the wool filters did. And the old wool filters really seem to do a good job. I don't know if one works better than the other. I found for me the wool works better, but I guess that's not always the case. You see how dirty this was when it came out. I just did a quick rinse on it. With the water that's coming off of this hood, we get water that dumps over here, condensation from it, and it works really, really well. So if you saw me messing around with that, that's what that's about. Filtering the stuff out. This cone filter here, the big one, is already clogged. The whole bottom of it's already clogged with niter. So that's going to have to come out soon. Filter again. But I'm trying to hold off on that as long as I can, because then that'll go into our flat filter, which does work very, very well. But I like the pre-filters on the cone filter are much easier to clean. So you see me walking around with buckets of water. That's all condensation runoff from this hood. We're only boiling for a few hours today. Like I said, we're close to 500 gallons. I'd have to do the actual math, and I'll figure that out shortly of where we actually started. But a 10-hour day, I can do 400 gallons. So 500 gallons is a 12-and-a-half-hour day, and that's just a really long day. So if I can get in here a day like today, get a few hours of boiling done, it saves me a lot of grief tomorrow. I'm trying to do a lot of different things at once. So. If you have any doubt as to whether that's hot, I can assure you it is very hot. It burns my legs through my pants. The door's glowing. A little bit, it'll continue to glow here in a minute. But that front door is glowing. Fire brick inside is glowing. So it's a nice hot fire we got. Running through a good bit of wood. My one IBC tote's almost empty. So I'll be switching that out soon. I'm going to have to put a battery charger on this phone. I have found the live stream really drains that battery. added 45 gallons to the nurse tank from the UTV. So kind of top that off. The bottom of the hill. Looks like we got about 485 gallons total, which was collected. Running very slowly in the back still. You can see how hot this door is down here now. You can see that it's glowing. So it's rolling pretty good. All right, that door is still glowing. That's great. Got my handy DeWalt charger here. Regular cord. But you've never seen this, these are pretty neat. These click right onto the DeWalt batteries. And they've got USB ports in the back. So we just use them. And I set that there and plug it into the camera. Hopefully. There we go. And that keeps me charged up so I can keep running. You can see this door has got a beautiful red glow, which is what we're looking for. Throw a little more firewood here. Maybe a lot more firewood. There we go. Again, the key to this is consistency. That's what is going to get us our best boil rate, is consistency. So I did forget to clean the flutes this morning, or this evening before I fire it up. That'll slow things a little bit, but that usually only affects about 1 gallon an hour, which isn't crazy really. Again, we kind of shoot for the best that we can, roll as much off as we can. This is split a little bit small, it needs to be split a little bit bigger for better efficiency, but that was what we've got here today. We don't have a lot of dry left. Can you bring some firewood in? Thank you. So we've got an interesting breeze right now. It's kind of cold blowing in. Not really sure why, but we got a bit of a cold breeze blowing in. Cool. You found a woolly bear?
Yeah.
Oh. And Jackson found a woolly bear. My gloves apparently have seen better days. Kind of got a hole in them. Time for some new ones, but at this point I think I'll just wait till next year. So it's not been a real great year. Maple syrup wise, we're at 33¼ gallons. We had hoped for 75. I didn't touch the sugar content on this yet. But best case is, everything that we've got here only adds 12 gallons, which brings us to 45, and that's best case. That is highly unlikely that we'll actually end up with that, just because of sugar content. Usually it really starts dropping later in the year, so we'll see what happens with that. I don't have high hopes for that. We'll see. What I'm doing here is just pulling out a pre-filter. Again, these pre-filters take the bulk of the niter out. And then our heavy filters is what really clears it up nice. If you are just joining us, this is most likely our last official boil. About 24. We had way less than we thought. So there's the first boil I was very excited about. This one I'm still excited about because it means we got more than some of the other guys did, but it's sad at the same time. Jackson out here, Daniel was out here before doing firewood and tripped over something outside and fell. So he's inside now. Plus it's probably getting closer to bedtime. This batch of syrup is very, very dark. Very dark. So it's going to have a lot of flavor. Not taste quite as sweet, but really nice flavor. In my opinion. In my opinion.
I like Acorn Hill. Perfect. We haven't even gotten into our big mason jar yet.
What?
I said we haven't even gotten into our big mason jar yet.
Oh. Firing up the finisher here.
Oh.
Bringing the temperature nice and slow. That has a little bit of syrup in it. We're going to dump more in it momentarily. Gonna use the last little bit of syrup that we made here to filter through these. Always the easiest task. Alright. More wood on. You can probably hear it in the boil actually quieted down a little bit while I was doing that. Go. Better. Out of the way, right? Just going to warm up our finisher here with the bottler a little bit. Try to bring things up to a good bottling temperature. One thing we found with the preheat hood is that it is a great spot to set our bottles to warm them up. Wow. Oh yeah.
And it's actually moving.
It's moving?
Yeah.
Jackson found a woolly bear.
Well, it was moving when I picked it up.
Yep.
Curled that into a ball. Oh, it's moving again, Daddy. If I keep it a little bit warmer, not too hot, but not cold, then it's,
Gonna move.
yeah. I'll show you, this is the files.
Oh, you saw that?
Yeah.
Nice woolly bear. Hi, Katie.
Can I catch it? It's hot.
Look too close to the front of the stove. It's very hot.
Still glowing? It won't come off me, Daddy.
Okay. You can be over here though. You can go over there. Over there.
Oh, Daniel.
Over there.
Well, Daniel, very
Hey. You need to go over there.
It'll move away. Daniel, I know you want to get down here is too hot. No. It's here. A perfect spot. Here. Here. Well, this is pretty hot too. And it was actually moving. It was actually walking out.
Add some water to our steam bottler. I'll show you that in a minute. Just to say the children have found the woolly bear they're playing with. If you haven't figured that out yet, that's what's going on. Quick filter rinse here. The pre-filters. We're gonna have to do a rinse one of the Orlon filters here next, so that's going to happen momentarily. Just running these through quick. I'll have a moment. The bottler's warming up. That's a slow process. It was cold, so it's going to take probably about an hour, unless I dump some of this hot syrup in there, for this bottler to actually warm up. See what we got going on with that. I don't love to dump the syrup that's only been through the pre-filters and not through the Orlon yet into that bottler. It tends to gum things up a little bit. So usually what we have is we have a spare cone filter sitting ready and waiting, which we do have right now. We can dump into that. want to wring out your Orlon filters. And that's the Orlon filter is this heavy filter here. I've got my pre-filters in that already. But you want to just take it like this and just squeeze down when you are wringing it out. So that's ready. This is it's really, really nice to have a few hands when you're doing this because it's can be pretty difficult sometimes. But we do what we can for what we've got. Make it so we don't lose any of our precious syrup. It is certainly precious, especially this year. It's always precious. It's a lot of work, but this year especially the case. Doing something that 100% needs at least two sets of hands plus somebody running the stove, but we just don't have that at all. I think a little bit.
Is this too hot for the wall? No. Let's take it now. Now where should I put her?
What?
Does your arm brace melt?
Yep.
Has it been melted?
Yep. Alright, I got that switched over. I need to put wood on.
One of them melted already.
I'll find my gloves.
I found them.
Nope, not those. Go.
Those I knew. Nobody's buying anything.
That's okay. Bring in wood. Yeah. This is our sugar shack. I'm working on switching the first set of filters over. The sugar sand pod thing goes pretty quickly. Daniel, stay away from the door. It's hot.
He's so sticky. That's crazy. What is corn? It smells like maple syrup. There's maple syrup. That fit you well. Who wants to go on the swings? I can't. Over there. Come here. How will we keep her warm? Put her in grass? No, I'm going to take it. I want her. So you're not going to be able to swim with her?
warm. So it's about 2 hours into the live stream. We've done a couple tours. I'll do one again in a minute. We've got the bottler just starting to warm up. It'll be a while before that's ready. Got some syrup in there. Not entirely sure how much. We drew off at least a gallon so far, maybe a bit more. Filters are clogging quickly today. There's a lot of sugar sand. A lot of sugar sand in this stuff. What you may see me dumping in the back here is I was rinsing the large filter, that Orlon filter, a little bit of hot sap, just to get whatever syrup was in there out before I start actually rinsing it the rest of the way. Pretty good mess of sugar sand in there. That's that niter I was talking about that builds up pretty quickly. Let that run in there. I'll dump this one out. Nice thing is this hot water that runs off the hood is distilled hot water. Clean stuff, great. Questions at all about the operation, how it works, you comment on the video, it comes across the screen and I can see it. Sometimes it takes a couple minutes, but I can see it and I will answer whatever I can for you. Bottler, it's a steam bottler, and the way that works is it very slowly builds up heat to 185 to 192, 93 degrees. It'll go as high as we want. We don't want it to go higher than that. Once it goes higher than that, it starts building up that sugar sand again, and we don't want that. So, we got a little bit of that's warming up slowly. Like I said, it takes a while. It was, I would say there's probably 6 or 7 quarts in that bottler. And that's been filtered, that's all syrup, so we're just bringing that up to temperature. Once we do that, we can bottle. I might add, it's quite tasty. I just had a little bit. have syrup for sale out by the road. We often have syrup out for sale by the road when we are boiling. We did raise the price a little bit this year. The glass went up. The cost of the material, the tubing, files, things like that, went up quite a bit. So we did have to increase that syrup price a little bit. Judging by how the year's going, we probably could have doubled it to make what we need to make, but we only raised it, I think, by $1 per quart. Roadside, we are charging $28 a quart, but it is subject to change a little bit. Buy 4 quarts, we got 4 quarts for $105. But a few times people have stopped by and had a little less than that. We've accepted that as well. So, I will say every person who has stopped has had a tour of in here, how we do things. They've enjoyed that. Do the bears bother our sap lines? No, not yet. The deer chew on them. The squirrels chew on them. I had to repair several when we started for the year because the squirrels grab a hold of them and munch on them. The deer chewed through a couple places. Burning pine, hemlock. Most of what you're seeing going in is hemlock. We got a little bit of pine, but it's not quite as dry as I want. Could have used another couple months. So I kind of get it going and then put a piece or 4 of hemlock in, or excuse me, pine in, once it's really rolling. And that mix seems to do pretty good. But the year is pretty much over after this. Most of the guys thought it was over already, so they gave up. Like I said, we stayed in. Glad we did, because it seems like it's the right choice at this point. I've been able to, I think I said I had 485 gallons with the run this week. Which has the potential, depending on how the sugar content is, it has the potential to increase our yield this year by 20%, which is a really big deal. Every now and then you see me pull a bottle out, put a couple drips in. This is a vegetable oil that we use. foaming agent, basically, is what it is. But just that little bit of oil stops the foam from building up, and it increases the evaporation rate massively. Helps it evaporate the way it's supposed to. It's very calming. Probably from there, watching it, it is calming. In here, not quite so much. Once I'm done for the night, it's a little bit more calming. Several different 5-gallon buckets going, catching the condensation. You could pipe it outside the building if you wanted to. I do have the capability to pipe one part out if I wanted to, but it gives me nice, boiling hot distilled water to clean things with. So that's why we have not piped it out. Touch the upper assembly. Oh, this part? Quickly. Very quickly. It's really hot, but if you catch just the edge, just this edge here, that part's okay to touch, if you know how. Sometimes I forget and burn myself. Getting a little chilly outside. I'm wondering if it's gonna freeze tonight. That would be an interesting development. Not quite to serve yet. Bring in a little bit more wood before it hits that. So let's give a quick sugar house tour here. Unplug my camera and do a turnaround. All right, we are part of the New York Maple Producers Association. We are again in 24. I just have not updated the sign. So we're boiling on a 2x6 liter evaporator arch, and the arch is where the fire is. So everything on the bottom, kind of below that white line, is the arch. The fire is all right here inside this door, and it runs back. The firebox is about 30 inches deep. What happens then is the fire rolls here and rolls up. And this particular arch was actually built to be a drop flue. But what we did is we continued this line up all the way to here with fireboard and fire brick. That way it rolls that fire right up into the actual pan itself. And then it comes back down and then rolls up the stack. So that was an interesting modification. We had to customize that. I actually had to customize that. I figured out what would work, and it seems to have worked very well. The back pan is a 2x4 Small Brothers raised flue. And the raised flue is basically fingers that look just like my hand fingers. I think there's 8 of them. And the sap would be in the finger portion. And the air holes between is where the flame rolls through. So we want the flame to start in this firebox and roll all the way through to the stack. And that flame rolling through here is what really gives us what we need heat-wise before it hits this stack. Now I put a little piece of aluminum, I bent a small piece of aluminum just so that, because that stack got so hot, it was actually burning some of the sap in this pan. We found that out, I think, at the end of the first year or the beginning of last year. I bent that up. And then this year, this is just a little piece of corrugated roofing I bent around just to give me kind of a double wall for this pipe, because that stack gets really, really hot. One of the things I have is a little digital laser thermometer here, so let's see what we're at. In there, I don't know if you can see that, 787, 830, 831. So it kind of depends, but we've got this cast piece back here is sitting around 800 degrees. So you figure the fumes going up the stack are that or hotter. The door says hi as we work our way out. So there where it's not glowing is right around 1,000 degrees, and then where it's glowing is probably around 1,200. So that is a nice warm door. I'm going to put the phone down just for a minute and throw a couple more sticks of wood on the fire. Turn it around. I'm just going to set it here for a moment. Throw a couple sticks of wood on the fire, and I'll show you the way the sap flows into the pan, the way it boils. We really want to gain some headway on the sap that I have sitting here, because as it gets warm, it goes bad. So very little of that actually worked. Load that in there for a minute, and then we'll have a minute to look at things. I like to do this with long sleeves, but it gets so hot that you can't really do that. There we go. All right. It gets warm enough to melt my arm ribs, believe it or not, as we're feeding this. Let's turn around. There we go. So outside, it's dark now, but outside we've got a 275-gallon nurse tank is what we call it. And basically, that slowly feeds the evaporator as it calls for sap. It comes through this copper pipe here, and it works its way back. Also, we've got our old style buckets up top. Don't really use them anymore, but they're there. It goes through this copper pipe here. It comes through here. Today, I think it was coming through at about 45. Sometimes could have been even up to 50 degrees. It did get warm today, and comes through here. It then inside this flat part of the preheat hood. It's got copper pipes that zigzag back and forth. It then comes out this part here at about 180 degrees, 170 to 180 degrees. Flows through here, comes down this side, and then comes up into the bottom of this float pan. This other pipe that you see is all condensation flowing from inside that hood. So that's part of my evaporation rate right there. You see how fast that's dripping in? That's part of the evaporation rate that we have. You can hear it calling for sap right now. What happens if that float raises and it calls for sap? It's a simple kind of a seesaw concept. As the sap inside this back pan lowers, this whole float system lowers. And when that happens, this part goes down. Well, obviously when that goes down, this part over here raises up. So when it's all dialed in correctly, it will run somewhat automatically. And there's quite a bit of foam in there today. The other thing we have over here is our sight glass. My brother did order new ones for us, so we'll be able to upgrade those next year. This one's plexiglass. We're going to upgrade it to glass, which will make it look neater and cleaner, which is important. The concept behind the sight glass is so that I can glance at that and know what the level is inside this evaporator itself. So there's a high level here and a low level here. If I'm anywhere in between, I'm at the efficiency I want to be at. Once the sap level gets above this, I lose efficiency. Once it gets below this line, I run the risk of burning this back pan. So the sap dumps in the back pan in that float box. It has a distribution box then inside the evaporator. From that, there was originally an old pipe. I just customized a new pipe this year, stainless steel, to dump it into the front. The way we have it set up today is the front left side of the pan. It has a whole series, I said those flues, it's got a whole series of zigzags that works its way through, and it comes out right down here through this boiler valve. And we have another float box here. This one's much like the other one, a little bit more simple actually. As the level in the pan raises, it pushes a gasket up against that 90-degree angle, and as it calls for more sap, it will lower this float, and you see how it does it. So that's all automatically once that's dialed in. It takes a little bit of time to get it dialed in. Every day we have to adjust that. Now we're also just about at syrup here. Take a look at that pan. There's a lot of syrup in that pan. And if we look at these bubbles in the front, like I said, it's very dark syrup today. You can see the niter buildup on the top from that foam. It's just a very, very dark syrup today. I got my cheater stick so I can see that. There we go. And this is our special thermometer I was talking about. This thermometer, when it reads 7, is generally pretty close to syrup. We then test it with a hydrometer. So I'm going to put this phone back on the stand here. Put it back on charge. And I'm going to draw, I believe. There we are. Try to get it so you can kind of see where I am. Hopefully that stays there and doesn't fall. There we go. What we do is we test with the hydrometer. And the hydrometer is a device that measures basically specific gravity, and it's designed specifically for syrup at 211 degrees. Now our syrup right now is about 220 degrees, but they figure that in the draw period that I'm doing right now, that little draw that I just did, the syrup will have cooled to 211 degrees. We'll take our hydrometer, we put our hydrometer in it. This red line, we want that red line to be above. And if you can see that, maybe just barely, the red line is above the syrup itself, which means that's syrup. Also, there's an old school way of doing it. The drip test. You look at that drip, you can look at that and say, oh yeah, that's syrup. That's the way the old timers did it. I do know how to do it that way. But in order to sell it, we need to be able to prove that we are running it with a hydrometer. Our bottler is up to about 90 degrees, so that's going to take a little while before it is ready. It started at about 45. What I'm doing right now is as we draw, it's pulling the sweetness, because there's grades of syrup as the density works its way across the pan. So as we draw, it pulls across that pan. It's pulling hot sap in from the back pan on that other side, that other float that I showed you, and it's working its way across to here. Now basically what I did is I watched that thermometer for that draw to see if it went down at all. And it did. It slowly drew down to the point where we should be just below syrup, which we are. That's exactly where I wanted to be. We drew exactly enough. And what I'll do now is I just dump this right back in the front, and that will continue cooking down into syrup. That's the way we draw off. It's very simple. Seems very complicated. When I first got this thing, I had no idea what I was doing whatsoever. There was a little bit of trial and error, but we learned it. It works great now. The old way we did it was a lot of fun. A really small boiler, not very stressful, not very expensive, all homemade stuff. This is a lot of fun now. It can be a little stressful. There we go. Back to where we should be. Can be a lot to watch by yourself. It's always easier with somebody feeding the fire, somebody else watching the draw off, the bottling, all that. So I actually draw off a little bit less than if somebody was here with me. Just because doing it a little bit slower, you're still boiling just as fast, but doing a little bit bigger draw works a little bit better for me, just time management wise. So I'll bring you over here and show you the back pan here. It's foaming up a little bit so you can see what that looks like. Unhook this again. All right. We've got two sight doors. I just opened this up. Well, the reason I opened it up is I wanted to show you that the boil is slowed down a little bit. And you see we got a little bit of foam in there. And a little bit there, but it's not terrible. But that's what the back looks like. Unfortunately, it's really, really hard to see with the steam swirling around. But what we'll do is I'll put just a drip of that vegetable oil in there, and we'll see if it affects that foam. Hopefully you'll be able to see that. You can see that with just a drip of the vegetable oil, that foam really went down a lot. The boil did slow. We'll bring it back up in a minute. Just put a lot of wood in, so it'll take a moment, but it'll come right back up. So that's the back pan. What you see is not that pipe I was talking about. That is actually a divider in the pan. But this is our preheat hood. that we were just looking in the door. Everything from this lip down is the evaporator pan. So this particular part right here is a pretty expensive option, but it adds an enormous amount of efficiency to our boil. And that drip right there is syrup that dripped earlier. But that's what our thermometer looks like. 0 is boiling water, 7 is syrup. Again, a general guide, it's about 6.5 right now. And I can tell you just by looking at it, it's not quite syrup yet. We'll show you those bubbles. Not quite there yet, but it is close. So this is a reversible flow pan. This is a reversible flow evaporator setup. What that means is we can reverse the flow exactly the way it sounds. So the back of that pan has that big distribution box with a cap. It's got 2 holes that come out. One has a pipe and one has a cap. So again, today we're dumping in the front left corner. A different day we can dump in the front right corner. And what that does is that helps with that niter or that sugar sand buildup in this whole evaporator itself, because we really want to keep that out, flush it out. As it builds up, the efficiency goes down. So you almost look at that as a buildup on the bottom of a pan that you're cooking on, the outside of it or the inside of a pan that you're cooking on. It's natural, it's food, it's from syrup itself, but as that builds up, it slows your boil down. So by being able to reverse the flow, drawing off different sides, so if we dump in the back pan, if we dump in the left side, we draw off the left side. If we dump in the right side, it works its way through the back, it works its way through the front, and we draw off the front right. So it is a full reversible pan. The setup is that way, it's designed that way, and it does help with the sugar sand buildup. I'm gonna put the phone down again and deal with some firewood here. Put you back in your official viewing spot of the sugar house. If you have any questions at all, please comment on the video. And that comes across the bottom of my screen. There we are, we're plugged back in again. That comes across the bottom of the screen. There is a delay. I'm not sure how long the delay is. Sometimes it's 30 seconds, sometimes it's a few minutes. But if you get a comment on it, I'll see it at the bottom of the screen, and I will answer whatever I can answer. How about that? I can't guarantee that I'll answer everything the right way. I'll do my best. I'm going to step out just for a moment and grab a little bit more firewood. Right. So I had a few more maple leaves here somewhere. Oh, what I did. Did have a few people order larger maple leaves. Again, what I do is I set them up here as a preheat. Works really well. One key, maple syrup. Your bottles should be warm. Otherwise it cools too quickly. So by having 1 bottle, it keeps that potential of mold forming. Otherwise you got that potential for mold forming. bottling maple syrup, best practice is between 185 and 195. I shoot for about 189 to 192. I find that works really well for us. Sometimes I get a little bit too hot, get a little bit of niter buildup again, but that's it just affects the clarity of it. It doesn't affect the flavor. A little more firewood here. More on. Hello, James. Just me out here right now. I think the kids are working towards bedtime. Trying to resurrect this season a little bit. Not been good, so we got another run. We're taking it. I have not tried the flavor here yet. Pretty dark. Smells good, but it's pretty dark. Should have a pretty strong maple flavor versus super sweet. Buying maple syrup, by far the cheapest way to buy it is quart jars, whether they're plastic or glass. Those, you know, real pretty. We have them. I'm going to bottle them in a minute. Those nice, pretty mason jar, or excuse me, those nice, pretty maple leaf jars are very pricey. Large maple leaves, I think last year were 4. This year they're closer to 5, I believe. Small ones last year were 3. This year they're 350, 375. Something like that. It's not ideal. Our bottler is up to 121. So we're not there yet. Getting there, we're not there yet. There's an awful lot of sugar sand in this, a lot of niter sugar sand buildup. So this has been a nightmare to filter. But, like I said, we've got almost 500 gallons, 485 gallons we got from that last run. And that's got the potential to increase our yield by 20, possibly even 25% on the year. So I really didn't want to just dump it, even though I knew it would be a lot of work to boil it down. It's worthwhile doing it, because it could potentially be worth another $500 or $600, maybe more. Sometimes it's stronger flavor stuff. We will tend to do that with the cinnamon sticks because it's a little too strong for some people. So we'll mix some of that with the cinnamon. The late season is what the commercial flavoring companies used to buy. Because it had a lot of maple flavor without as much sweet. Again, your sugar content is the same, it just tastes different. Kind of an interesting note, that's all. Working on getting that bottler up to temperature. We've got in here in the sugar house, we've got a Smoky Lake bottler. It's the smaller size. They have two sizes of a steam bottler. It's not the whole steam jacketed bottler. It's just got a steam tray on the bottom. And I wanted that because I can leave that out here and it can freeze and nothing will break. Nothing will get ruined by just the water in that steam jacket freezing. So we don't often make a habit of that, but every now and then these things happen. So we're hoping to gain a few gallons here at least. The late season stuff is often weird. It goes bad a lot faster. The sugar content's lower. It's a lot more work to filter. So. It takes a little while to do everything that needs to be done with it. But again, at this point, we're taking whatever we can get, being a less than ideal year. And the worst case is it's just not great and we can't really use it. Kids aren't here to grab the taffy hanging off the bottom of the spout. I'll talk about cleaning for a minute. If you are running an operation that does maple syrup, just starting out, cleaning is real important. End of the year, beginning of the year. We clean this thing twice a year. At the end of the year when we're done boiling, we clean it, and then we clean it again before we start boiling. I did do a mid-season clean this year because I wasn't sure if we were done. So we boiled everything right through. I filled the back pan with water. I finished everything in the front pan, just ladling it in quarts at a time basically. As that boiled off and finished, and we pulled the rest of it off. And that got finished inside the house. I think that's what we did with that. Maybe I finished it out here, I don't really remember. But, so we did clean mid-year this year. Your big producers that have massive setups, I was saying Shaver Hill as one example, where they can process between reverse osmosis and boil 3,000 gallons of sap an hour. So after each one of their boils, they don't boil 8 or 10 or 12 hours like we do. After each one of their boils, they run, especially through the front pan, I don't think they do the back pan, but they run a special cleaner through that front pan, and that pipes it through, and it gets all that niter, that sugar sand buildup off. So that's something that they do. We do that with vinegar. So at the end of the year, we dump vinegar into this evaporator. We fill it up, the front pan runs at 1.25 inches, 1.5 inches, just like the back pan does. So we'll fill it up at, say, 6 inches or 8 inches of fluid in this back pan. It's full of vinegar. It sits, and that vinegar eats all the niter off. If you've used vinegar for cleaning your house, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Vinegar is an awesome cleaner. The nice thing about it is it's natural. So we don't have any chemicals in here. It's all natural, works well. And that is the way we clean our pans. But cleaning really important. They recommend against using soap in a maple syrup operation. I honestly don't know why, but they do recommend against, or recommend not using soap for the maple syrup. So all of our sap tanks either get cleaned with a bleach at the end of the year. We fill them, we let them sit, and then we rinse them. And then again at the beginning of the year, whatever day is a little bit warm, we rinse everything, we wash everything. What we do at the end of the year with this, we fill it, we let it sit for a couple weeks, we flush it all out. Close it all up, wrap it all up. A lot of people actually use the shrink wrap, the pallet wrap. They wrap these things right up. Yeah, I've still got your order. It's sitting right back there, I think. I should have brought it to you the other day. But I don't have that option, but we put it all back together. We put these lids back on, or the hoods back on, and I close off. You can see where the steam's coming out here. So I close this off, I close this one off, and I have the cap coffee can over that one, which helps keep the dust out. And then what we do when we're ready to fire up for the beginning of the year, we actually pull these pans off, we bring them outside, we pressure wash them, but at the same time we replace this rail gasket here, which is, all of our fire, remember, is in this bottom box. So we replace all that rail gasket. It's a fiberglass rail gasket, and that gets replaced every year. We clean the whole arch out every year, and that's how we start the year, is we spend about a day in the sugar house cleaning. Of course, that's after, oftentimes that's after tapping. Every now and then we'll get a warm day in January and I can get out here and do a quick clean. But usually it's after we tap. And then I say, oh no, I got to boil soon, now I need to clean. Oftentimes how it works. Our bottler's up to 150 degrees. It's been running for a little while, so that gives you an idea of how slowly I want to heat that syrup up that's in there. I don't want to heat it fast. That fast heat is going to create that niter, which we don't want. It's going to make it not quite as clear. So you can see, kind of see, it's hard to see, but this is not crystal clear. It still tastes great, but it's not crystal clear. Has a little bit of niter buildup in that. That's the clarity on the grape. The stuff that we've got today is a dark, strong syrup. That's what we're making today, end of the year syrup. Here's an interesting difference. This was bottled, I believe, the same day. And look at the difference between those two. So that was bottled one day. This is the stuff I prefer. See that red, kind of that red hue in it? That's what I really like. I like it when it's red rather than this. But Again, that's very much a personal preference. A lot of the folks that are coming here buying, they want the darker stuff, and that's good with us. We do have some of the lighter. Got some here. The bottle's a little dirty, dusty, but we do have a light. That's super, super light. So we do have that. Really sweet, almost a butterscotch type of flavor. Really good. Just not my preferred. This late in the year, we start losing that really delicious smell. That happens mid-year. It gets sweet and mapley and really delicious in here. This time of year, it doesn't smell quite as good, but again, the product is still good. Loses just a touch of that perfect maple smell that I like. Looks like we've been on for about 2 hours and 40 minutes. We've drawn off a few times. We've gone through a ridiculous amount of firewood already. Like the kids have gone to bed at this point. It's getting later. What is it, 8:15? Yeah, they're probably in bed. About 1:68. We'll turn another light on outside so I can see where I'm getting the wood where I don't fall down. Have to bring our little display table inside so I don't forget about it. Leave it out there overnight. If you're watching this video later after the live and you want to purchase syrup, our email address is on the channel, almondorfacres@gmail.com. As of right now, we're not shipping. We're doing pickup only. So if you're in the area, that's a great way to get a hold of us if you don't have our phone numbers. I guess whenever you come up, James, or whenever I head down there again, remind me, I'll bring the syrup. little chilly outside. Buy two, get one. I don't know, do my shirts work that way? Let her two trucks get the third for free or something? No? Almost the bottling temperature over here. Gonna watch that close. That's at 182 now. So that'll jump pretty quick. Usually what happens is it's time to bottle and time to draw at the exact same time. That tends to be the way it works for me. So. Funny how that works, but usually how it works. We did have an order for 6 large maple leaves. Simply because the first order is 6, we kept that at last year's price. Usually 1 or 2 we won't, but that large of an order will do a little discount for them. Same with the folks who end up buying a gallon at a time. They save a couple dollars on each quart. Don't push it. End of season sale. End of season sale. Buy one, get one. Woo. Takes a long time this bottler to warm up. But that jump from 150 to 190 sure goes fast. It just shoots there. It's amazing. So I have started wearing work gloves when I'm bottling. Just a regular works type glove. Throw a couple more sticks on the fire here before I do that. And that has helped me burn my hands less. Nice. Usually I'm ready to bottle, and like I said, it's ready to draw and feed the fire and everything else at the same time. Today, looks like we're doing okay. So, tricks to bottling, let's see. Bottle successfully, you should be between 185 and 195. Go higher than 195 if that's the point at where sugar sand builds up. We're going to do all this wonderful filtering to avoid said sugar sand, so really try to avoid that as much as we can. First one. inevitably you spill, which I just did. It's hot when it happens. And it feels really nice to have these gloves capture that rather than my hands. When you're bottling, take your bottles, I can't move the camera right now. When you're bottling, take your bottles, turn them upside down for a little bit. That lets that superheated syrup basically hit your cap. Sanitizes things, keeps stuff from growing. Really, you should not have mold growing ideally in your syrup. It's canned properly at the right temperature. Every now and again, especially when you're running a whole batch through, that last one might not be quite hot enough. Sometimes you get a little something that doesn't belong. By putting your bottles the way that I do on top of the preheat wood, that helps us keep those bottles up, keep them hot. And with the hot bottles, there's a lot less chance of an issue with mold growing. So it doesn't cool down the syrup as fast when it goes in. You know, if we had bottles at what's room temperature out here, which is against the wall, let's say, 40 or 50 degrees, some days colder depending on what's going on, you're putting 190 degree syrup in a bottle that's 40 degrees, 50 degrees. And that doesn't work, it just cools it right down. It sucks that moisture right out, sucks that heat right out of that bottle. So we don't want that. So I found putting them on the preheat hood is a wonderful way warm these bottles up. So we're not doing a lot of the big leaves today. This is a darker syrup. Usually the big leaf people like the slightly lighter syrup in the decorative bottles. But let's see how we did here. I think that's it's kind of a neat color. It's a dark amber, but that's a nice color. Nice clear as well, which is good. That's what we want to see. That means our filtering today, our filtering process today is working. It's nice. Turn the heat off to our bottler. Oftentimes we will bottle while we're making syrup. You know, if I don't have to let this stuff heat up from 40 or 50 degrees, if I can dump it in there at 120, let's say, that saves me a lot of agitation later, waiting on this stuff to get up to temperature. quart jars now. Did 6 of the maple leaves, now I'm just doing quarts. Touch over syrup, looks like, depending by how thick it is. Apologize for going silent, just trying to get this stuff bottled up before I do too much else. The oil slowed down, I'm sure you can hear that, because I'm bottling and not feeding the fire. We will go insanely late tonight. I think the goal is just to get some of the product boiled down. That way we have less to boil tomorrow. That is basically the goal today, is just to lower some of the load for tomorrow. Sorry for the lack of talking. So, a lot to pay attention to. I'm trying to bottle and make sure everything's working right. One of the more important parts of our job here is making sure our bottling takes. If that makes sense. If it doesn't take, the product goes to waste. And wasted product is wasted money. So there we go. All right, let's get some wood on this fire. You can hear that slowed right down to a crawl. Yeah, the maple leaf bottles are really nice. It's too bad that they're so expensive. The quart jars are, believe it or not, all the way up to $1.50 to buy them now. But those big maples are, I think, close to $5 after tax. that's if you go drive and pick them up. If you get them shipped, they're probably $7. All right. Let's get this fire running again. Okay. So we bottled just now, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 mason jars, 8. We just did 9 quarts, which is 2 1/4 gallon, which is great because that was actually left over from our boil the other day. We had it in the bottler. So that means that brings us up to about 35.5 gallons before any of today's boil. So we're hoping to pass 40. That'll kind of help save this season a little bit. Holding my breath on it, but we're doing what we can. What I'm doing now is I'm just going to take the draw-off tank, dump that into the bottler. That's still pretty warm. Remember, that's been drawn off in the last few hours. Not entirely sure how much we have in there, maybe 1.5 gallons. Just judging by the feel of things. And the stuff we're drawing up right now is dark. Dark, dark, dark. Significantly darker than what we just bottled. Like I said, this stuff is the joke is the liquid creosote. Very, very strong maple flavor on this. Like there's about probably 1.5 gallons in there. I really should put some sort of little measurement on the inside of this bottler. That way I can see exactly how much is in the thing. That would be smart. We'll look at that for next year. Okay. There we go. Wow, we should be working our way back up to syrup in the front pan here momentarily. Kind of lost the boil there, just with everything that was going on. But I think I'm going to be bottling more of, I'll be bottling when we drew off tonight, just to work that through. What I kind of like to do is do a tasting test of each batch that we do. I often do that right in the sugar house. The nice thing about the bottler is it has a spout, so I can just take a spoon, put it under that spout, do a quick taste test, make sure everything tastes good. Later in the season, it does run the risk of spoiling. So we put our bottles up on the evaporator hood. That gives us that nice warming effect. So we're putting our glass into hot bottles rather than cold. We did actually purposefully do some pint jars this year. We did have people ask last year a couple times for them. Usually they ask for quart, but they like the option for the pints. So we made that happen. We also bought the pints for making sugar. Great way for us to store the maple sugar is in those airtight pints. And we'll be selling sugar that way. As we have it. I'm not sure how much we're going to have, but as we have it, we'll be doing that. Got some pretty cool little jars. The problem is the filler tube does not fit the little jars. So that was a little disappointing. Got two neat little jars. Just didn't fit well. Working on figuring a good layout for that. Goal was to give these little jars away to the kids when they show up to get a tour. Or to have them on the stand when we do that, just as a kind of grab that rather than try to make change. It's hard to make change sometimes. So kind of the plan for that. Bringing the bottler back up to temperature. It's already at 122. That'll take a little bit before it actually runs up to temperature where it needs to be, but you should be able to hear that our boil is back. So we had 485 gallons, I believe, waiting to be boiled, which is a pleasant surprise for everybody. We'll see what happens with that, whether it all ends up being good or not. Remains to be seen. It's possible that it's not. It spoils incredibly fast this time of year. So. Try to give you a tour here in a minute. Need to refill my wood pile. back up. That's just about there. We did learn a lot about the firewood this year and how important the firewood is to the production as far as the boil. Dry firewood makes sense to everybody. I'm sure everybody realizes that. But it really, really likes dry pine. That's like a rocket fuel. We've got pine that's green, we cut it, we let it season for 8 months, 9 months. That stuff burns amazingly well. So we've got some up at the property now, seasoning. We've got pine that we cut that we are waiting. It's in log length still. So we'll be splitting that up. That makes a big, big difference as far as just how much we can boil per hour. So let's give a tour here. Grab my phone. There we go. All right, if you're just joining us, we are a member of New York State Maple, the Producers Association. We joined last year, we're a member again this year. I'm sure we will keep that up. This is a liter evaporator, 2x6 arch. Wood fired, we do not have a blower motor on it. A lot of guys run a blower motor. I find that when we're burning this type of wood, we don't need a blower motor. So if we had oak or ash or maple, not as much flame, we would want a blower motor on this. I do have a blower motor. We didn't install it, didn't find the need for it. Again, we're burning, I'll pan over here. We are burning pine and hemlock. So that is a really, really high flame firewood. High BTU, high flame, it burns quick, which means we go through a lot of it. Blower would probably work with oak, ash, and maple, but why use our high dollar firewood when we have all this stuff that's being thrown away? So that's the thought process there. Again, it's a liter evaporator 2x6 arch. The evaporator itself is a Small Brothers setup. The preheat hood, the back pan, and the front pan is made by Small Brothers. I believe they're out of Canada, I think. I'd have to look. So anyway, this was originally made for a drop flue, which is why I had to customize the whole back part of the firebox. I had to customize the back part of the firebox to force the fire up and into this back pan to run those flues to then come back down and go up the stack. So the idea behind this is there's fingers that hang down basically like this, and where my hand is could be your sap pan, and the fingers are sap that the fire then runs alongside through those fingers that hang down. That's why it's important to have that flame or that heat run all the way through. My stack, I don't have a thermometer on it, but the cast iron in the back of the stack measures very, very steadily between 780 and 820. So we've got at least that much heat back there, and that seems to really keep this whole thing operating happy. I won't show you outside where our nurse tank is. We've got a 275 IBC up above this copper line outside. It runs through here. Dogs are going crazy, so I might have a visitor. It runs through here. It comes in and goes into there. It then zigzags back and forth through this preheat hood. When it comes out, which comes out through this bottom pipe, it's coming out around 180 degrees. That flows downhill and then comes up through the bottom, which has a simple mechanical float. So this whole thing auto-regulates itself. Once we have it dialed in, it fully auto-regulates. Yeah, I did hear somebody here. Let's see. Oh, somebody is here. Anyway, so the whole thing regulates itself. The Front pan is exactly the same. It's got a float. The float, once it's dialed in, auto-regulates. It's all mechanical. There's no electronic, nothing like that. Simple mechanical principles. So the back float, our sap pan, our main evaporator, has a hole in the evaporator that just comes into this float box. As this float drops, when this float drops, it pulls up this plug that sits in here. That sits like that. When that happens, it allows the sap to flow up through. It then flows inside the evaporator itself into a distribution box. From there, I can decide whether I want to run the sap off the left side or the right side for the day, depending on how the sugar sand is, how we ran it yesterday, so on and so forth. That then works its way through, it zigzags through, it comes out this boiler valve into the front float box. And you can actually see the front float box is running. That is how fast the front pan is evaporating right now. So remember, the main evaporation happens in the back pan, but even our front pan evaporates this fast. I'll lift that up without burning, and you can look in there and see the bubbles, and they work their way across. And when it comes out over here, it's syrup. And look at those bubbles. You see how glassy they are, and they're building large bubbles. That is actually syrup. I don't even have to test that. I can tell you that's syrup. So I have to draw that off at this point. So let me put the camera back. Do a 10-second draw, which is, I think, about 40 ounces. And that pulls everything through. And as it pulls through, it basically lowers the temperature because there's less sugar content in that area. In that part of the syrup. So I've got my hydrometer and a test cup. Running our test. I'll show you real quick how that works. We'll just touch more so you can see it. This is your hydrometer, this is your test cup. As it goes in, you don't want to drop it in, because if it's not syrup, it'll sink right to the bottom. But that red line right there, we want that floating above the syrup mark. And if you can see that, it's floating above the syrup mark. So that is all still syrup. It runs off of a specific gravity. So we'll dump that in. That means our whole draw was syrup or greater, which is good. We will let that, I'm going to do one more short draw, and then we'll let the front pan even itself out again. Alright. The front pan will fill itself back up with that float. Hopefully. And I can override it by pushing the float down. We're going to go on mute for a minute. I'll be back. If I can find the mute. There it is.
need that audio.
Yep. Well, it depends whether she likes the darker stuff or the lighter stuff.
Yeah, I have no idea.
I haven't sent it UPS. I know you can.
Oh yeah, I would say so.
That's what
Probably preferable.
Shaver Hill sends to UPS.
Who does?
Shaver Hill, the maple guys.
Yeah.
That's how they do it.
Yep.
Wood on and then I can bottle. But Shaver Hill's got a deal with UPS because they ship so much all the time. So,
Why did it say this can't be put into the back there?
what's that?
There's something wrong. Hit this.
Oh,
There it is.
It refreshes.
There it is.
How much of a delay does it have?
I don't know.
I've always wondered that.
Let me time it here. I'm going to time it.
All right. I'll wave.
It's only about 3 or 5 seconds.
Huh.
3, 4, 5 seconds.
Not bad. The one day it was 13-minute delay.
Well, it might be your cell phone buffering too.
Could be.
There it is. Let me get there and wave and make a big fool of myself in front of the camera. It's amazing how hot this thing gets.
Oh yeah. You see before when I had the heat gun on it?
No, I didn't.
800.
Yeah,
Oh, that's right, yeah.
the back is 820.
Isn't that
The
something?
front door is over 1,000.
Wow.
And I don't know what inside is. It's whatever's hot enough for fire brick to glow. So
Yeah.
really hot, I think it was the place to say.
Feels good in here.
Yeah.
It smells good.
Maybe outside, huh?
Yeah.
You set that upside down, didn't you? You set it upside down?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, then the hot liquid hits the jar top. And it sanitizes, it's already sanitized, but it extra sanitizes, keeps mold from growing.
Oh, very interesting.
Yeah, because sometimes the condensation, as it cools,
Yeah, yeah.
hits the top. And if there's the slightest little bit of something that's not quite perfect,
Yep.
it grows mold. You turn it
Very
upside down, and then flip it back, and then
You have learned a lot of pointers in this trade.
trying.
Is that Grandpa's maple spoon?
Huh?
Is that Grandpa's maple spoon?
No. Dad said the same thing. He said, boy, it looks like Grandpa's.
Yeah. I like the post and beam that you did in here.
Yeah, not too bad.
Did a nice job.
When I build a new one, it'll be a lot nicer.
Yeah.
Someday.
This does everything you need, really.
It does for now.
Grandpa would be proud
Yeah.
to see this.
You would like to see it.
I
He
know.
would love it.
I was thinking that today. He would just sit there watching it on his TV.
Yeah.
Or he'd have a rocking chair right here.
He'd drive his 350 truck over here and sit down and have a coffee,
Have some peanuts.
you know.
He liked his peanuts when he
Yeah.
boiled. I remember that.
Oh, really?
He didn't have many teeth left.
No.
Oh, dear.
to relate to it. To save just one tooth with so much trouble, it's hardly worth it.
Yeah. The kids are all in bed?
Yeah.
Oil slowed down. Hear that?
So we wanted to come over here, I wanted to come over here.
Yeah.
Actually, there's one who suggested it, because when you go off camera and you're producing all these bottles, I was thinking in my mind, I bet it's a bunch of Aunt Jemima maple syrup that you're pouring into these jars, and all the rest of this is a
Yeah, right.
farce.
That's dark enough to be Aunt Jemima.
Yeah.
Is that even a valid phrase anymore?
Oh, but the fake syrup has all kinds of caramel coloring and
Oh, yeah.
it looks very dark. This is dark stuff today though.
Well,
I
we
don't
like,
mind it dark.
we like.
I like the strong flavor.
Abby said we're saving this for us.
Oh, good, yeah.
She likes it too.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you got two different wood piles you're pulling from there.
Yep.
Is one more green?
Yeah.
Ah,
Yep, this is dry, that's a little bit green. Although the bottom of that
a little bit wet?
is dry.
That's dry.
No, it was just newer.
Wow, boy, that's really popping. Woo,
Hot tamale.
wow.
Hot tamale.
That's gonna.
I can smell your
Is that
gloves.
all the way?
So I burned 4 or 5 cords this year.
Oh, I bet.
We haven't cleaned the ashes once.
Oh,
Because it's
my.
just so hot.
Because it just eats everything.
Wow.
It eats everything.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yep.
Your gloves really stink when they get hot.
Oh, well, I burned a hole through them.
Yeah, it smelled
Yeah.
like,
You know, it kind of.
You gotta get some new gloves, man.
almost
I
smelled
did.
like your hair burning.
These
or
were-
something.
Gotta invest this into new gloves.
These are my other new ones that I burned holes through, so I put
Oh,
electric
my
tape on them.
word.
Wow.
And the other set we burned holes through too.
Oh, yeah,
I burned holes through 3 sets of gloves this year.
yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
good grief.
Wow. Yeah. It'll be like some fireside warmth or something like that.
No, they don't work well.
They don't?
These are cheap welding gloves,
Oh, welding gloves.
and because those gloves, I got firefighting gloves.
Yeah.
They don't work well
Oh,
because they let the heat build up too much. They don't cool down enough.
oh.
So in between times, it doesn't.
Oh, my
They want
word.
welding gloves,
Welding
yeah.
gloves. Tom, where do you get welding gloves from the catalog?
For that, my goodness,
That's dark.
you can't even see through that stuff.
Yeah.
You actually can.
It's like a ton of coffee.
Wow. Yeah, so that's what we just canned just now. It is
Something else burning?
black. Huh?
Something else burning?
No,
It's just really good, huh?
it's just hot. I don't see anything burning.
Wow. Remarkable.
It's probably our clothes.
Yeah, my leg's on fire.
You want to really get it hot, you put cedar on it.
Really?
There's more BTUs?
Would white oak burn extra hot, or is it the
Not
pine
enough
that
flame.
does?
It burns hot, it doesn't produce enough flame.
Yeah. So use softwoods,
Oh. Yeah.
hemlock.
Hemlock and pine.
Yeah,
Every now and then a little maple gets in somehow.
yeah.
We're not distracting you too much, are we?
Nah.
We're not gonna stay long. One little drop.
Wow, that's amazing, just one drop.
I saw something the other day.
Don't
What
get
was
burned.
it?
No. Boy, if you get close to that,
Yeah.
even a little bit close to that,
I saw something the other day, I think it was
I think my credit
on
card's melting.
on a lake, where they pour a little bit of oil into it, vegetable oil, and it was calming the lake down.
Really?
I
Huh.
saw it. We've never seen anything like it.
That's what this is. Just puts a little tiny film and slows it down.
Yep.
So how many
So
more,
it- so
reports
more-
or whatever will you be doing it tonight yet, or what?
I'm done canning for tonight,
Okay.
but it's borderline at this point. Anything we're producing now is just for us. I can't sell it.
Oh, okay.
It's too dark.
I don't mind it dark.
No, I know, but it's just, people will at least be able to look through it.
Yeah.
So it's hard once it hits
Well,
this
it's end of
level.
the season.
Yeah.
That's what my dad used to face.
Well, we're lucky we got as much as we did here, so.
Yeah.
Last
He
run
liked
was-
it light,
Yeah, he liked the light syrup.
but I'm not quite of that same opinion.
Yeah, so that's,
Yeah.
That's a pretty one.
Was that from tonight?
no,
Okay. Because the one you showed tonight looked
Look at the
really good
difference.
too.
See it?
Yeah, I like the one you did tonight.
Yeah.
I like it too, but,
that's regular.
yeah.
You can't really see.
Boy, that's hot when you stand in front of it. Holy cow.
It looks a little bit,
A little bit
Yeah,
dark.
just a little
hot,
different.
hot.
Yep.
I got more. Oh, warm back here.
It's warm back there?
This is a nice stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It's a nice color. It's got the cinnamon in it.
Very
Oh,
nice.
yeah. Boy, it smells good here.
It does. Especially right through here.
Yeah.
Right over there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't smell as good as earlier in the season. It's starting to get a different smell.
Especially when you
Yeah, when your gloves burn, it gets a different smell. That's for sure.
That's probably what you put out on the table.
Yeah. Yep.
Right up.
Just a little write up.
Yeah, right here, so.
That's really to include the extra ingredients that it has in it. You know,
Oh, yeah,
The
the minerals.
minerals.
Yeah.
Yep.
Old electrolytes, really.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good for you.
So now and then you see like little sparks on it.
Because it's so hot, it's lighting it on fire.
Yeah.
When that gets hot enough, it glows, and I can touch a piece of wood to it and it lights.
Oh, I believe that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, oh, yeah.
Amazing.
Okay, well, we gotta get going.
Yeah, what time is it? 9? Oh, 9:15?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll get, I'll finish this. Look how much left there.
So let me see, if you check to see how much is out there yet. So how much from the gallons there left out there?
There's 153 in the nurse, and I don't remember how much you found in the hill. Started
Very
with
good.
485 today,
Wow.
but it's not great sugar.
Yeah,
Now you're working for it.
yeah, you are.
This is why most of the guys give up this time of year, because it's
Yeah.
not worth the wood and the effort.
And
we have
and
wood,
it's
so-
not quite sellable.
Right.
That's Right.
Yeah, this is where it goes.
If they can't make money, what's the use?
You know, yeah, but a year like this, it's kind of, every quart counts.
It really does.
There's a Canada has a strategic maple reserve. Kind of like we have a strategic oil reserve.
Yeah?
They said it's almost empty.
Wow.
It's at a 14 or 16-year low.
Really?
Wow.
Yep, it's been really bad. And the other thing, more people want syrup than they used to.
Interesting.
They're not using as much corn syrup.
Yeah.
There's a
Well,
lot
this
more
is definitely
people.
healthier.
Yeah, but there's a lot more people willing to buy a quart or two
Yeah.
of this stuff. But before they were using the log cabin or the Aunt Jemima or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
All right, we're gonna get going.
All right. See you at some point.
Ready, honey?
Yep, yep.
You take care.
Do you need some water brought in or something?
No, I got water.
Got water?
Bring in a bottle of water.
Almost done for the night.
Yeah, bring it.
No, I've got water.
All right,
Thank you.
we're gonna get going.
Sounds good. Have a good night.
Call if
Yeah,
you need something.
see ya.
Yep.
Be safe.
Doing a good job.
We're trying. Don't walk into the tractor bucket. All right, we are back. So we're kind of getting close to winding down here for the night. It's 9:15 or so, and I'm getting tired. Been up all day. Saying at this point, my parents, at this point we're really working for every little bit of syrup that we're getting. It's not early in the year where it's nice, clear, real saleable stuff. You know, that mid-amber, even the darker amber, people really like. At this point, it's so dark that you can hardly see through it. And that's a little harder to sell. I got a few people that like the dark, but overall it's harder to sell. and you're working hard for every single quart at this point. If you are thinking about buying syrup this year, I would highly recommend getting some a little early from whoever you usually buy it from. Doesn't really matter, but it's not been a good year, at least not here in New York. Across New York, apparently has not been a good year. So it would not surprise me to see the prices of syrup increase. Just kind of as a fair warning, you know, that is the way this stuff works. It's supply and demand, and especially when supply has nothing to do with us, which is kind of what this case is. No matter what we're doing, it does not affect our supply. There's no way that we can change how much sugar we produce, or excuse me, syrup we produce this year. There's no way that I can say, hey, you know, I'm going to put in the time to produce 10 more gallons or 15 more gallons. When it's not there to produce, it's just not an option. So that's something to keep in mind. Like I said, if you're going to buy from your normal person, I want to talk with them and kind of see how things are looking. Supply-wise. I know we are not alone in our syrup issues this year. Something keeps time, that's all. Again, the lack of a good year really has nothing to do with us. We wish we had a great year. We have an outlet to sell syrup in bulk if we need to. So we really do want a better year, because that puts us in a better place for next year. We want to see a good syrup here for sure. We did not have an easy year here. Syrup production way down, very little snow. It's a little bit of a frustrating year. chunk wood I'm going to chuck in. Don't need to waste it, so may as well burn it. Oh. Cools that front pan down a bit, but this stuff's miserable to try to burn when we're really going. Get some of that pine in there. Let it rip for a little bit. Alright. Hey, it's hot. Just in case you were wondering, this is hot. Oh yeah. Alright. Let's go outside for a minute, see if we're blowing anything out of the stack, shall we? Go around back here. Get some sparks at least. Been running it pretty efficient this year. We haven't thrown a lot of flame out of the stack, which is ideal. Let's see. I don't know if you can see that. Oh, you can see the black smoke rolling. So, that's just pine. Not burning anything nasty. Just pine rolling. Let's go back in for a minute. See if we give her a little more air, if we can have a little fun here. Open it wide open. Let's see. I like to have a little flame rolling out of the stack once in a while. Nope, still no. But anyway, this is the back of the sugar shack. I've got 2 IBCs. The top one is covered with a tarp just to help keep the sun off of it. So that's been helpful with that. And one of the keys with trying to help keep it cool, especially when we've had these warm days, sunny days, a tarp. This is the brown and silver, so we got the silver on the outside. We've done it that way. Just hang a tarp, and it seems to help hold the sap a little bit better. This is our setup for collecting. We've got an IBC in the back of the UTV, and then I know it's dark, but this is our run down the hill. There's 2 main lines that run down into this IBC, and you can't see it, but at the 3rd row up is where that one is right now, which is, I have to look at them and see. 175's here, so I'm about 165 in this tank. And I think we said we were about 160 in the other one, which means we've got, 325 gallons or so. Let's see where we're at. It's a little hard to see. Oh, that's below. So maybe that's about a little under 150, 140, somewhere in that. So we got about 300 gallon left. That's not too bad. All right, let's get back in here. Get this phone on charge before it dies on me. We're gonna be shutting down here soon. Thank you to everyone who has watched our channel, commented on videos. We hit our 1,000 subscribers. We're actually, whoops. Let me get this plugged in first. There we go. We're all the way up to 1,100 subscribers, which is really a substantial number. That makes us eligible subscriber count-wise to receive a little bit of money from YouTube. We don't get yet because we don't have quite the watch hours yet, but we're getting really close. So there's 140 gallons left in the nurse tank. To answer that question, So 140 gallon in the nurse tank, great. 165 there, so that's about 300. And 300 gallons is a manageable number to be able to work through. Drop my little oil dropper. Looks like the front pan is about ready to have a nice little draw again, so we're going to do that. That's decided it's ready. So I'm going to run that quick. I told Abby at this point that the syrup we're making is basically for family use only. I'm tempted to just do away with the big filter and run it through a pre-filter just to keep anything undesirable out. At this point, it's not worth the frustration of, especially for our own personal use, running through so many filters. I don't care if the jar has a little settling on the bottom of it. It doesn't matter to me. Alright, so that's still syrup. Alright, we'll show you the drip test here. This is the drip test for syrup. This is a hydrometer. I've already tested it. It's definitely syrup. But see how that kind of globs a little bit? It's the only way to put it. There's syrup. So we're going to do another draw. Decent draw. We'll let the front pan catch itself up. We are actually still making syrup. We're just working real hard for it at this point. You might have heard me mention that to my parents that we're working for it. Everybody who knows me knows I'm not scared of a little work. But at a certain point, you're burning a whole lot of firewood, spending a lot of time out here, running through filter after filter after filter, trying to make essentially a B-grade syrup. Something that's really can't be sold. We don't mind it, but it's just not the good stuff. Great for baking. I mean, if you want bread with maple flavor, or if you're doing cinnamon rolls, this is the syrup for cinnamon roll. Let me tell you, because this has got it's got the same sugar content. It's just got a strong maple flavor. So this will be like almost I don't want to say molasses because that's not the right flavor profile, but it's going to be a lot more like molasses. And this stuff is going to be awesome for cinnamon rolls, which really now makes me want cinnamon rolls. So now I'm hungry again. Anyway. But yeah, this darker syrup, really good for baking. Oh, hi. You're back. Are you doing my shirts? That's the question. Are you doing the Elmendorf landscaping shirts? I should say, for anybody viewing, we do have Catskill Morning Maple shirts for sale. So if you're interested, hit our email address up, the elmendorfacres@gmail.com, and we can get you a price on shirts. If you're interested in either Elmendorf Acres shirts, which we have inside, or Catskill Morning Maple shirts, which we also have inside. I'm not wearing that right now. I'm wearing my flannel plus a fire department t-shirt. Probably should be wearing the maple t-shirt, but you know. So right now the sap is running in like crazy on this side to catch up because of the draw that we just did. The float got a little gummed up with sugar, so I had to break it free. That's why we always watch everything in this sugar house. We are kind of at the wind down portion here. I'm keeping it going just because, again, looks like we've got a drawer ready, so I'm gonna pull more off here. This filter is fairly well clogged at this point, but we're just gonna run it a little bit more and see see how we do. And do filter changes. That one is exactly syrup, just a touch over. So we'll dump that in there, and I probably have just one more draw. I think this cup holds right about 20 ounces, 18 to 20 ounces, something like that. It's also right at the red line, so that's perfect. We'll let the sap is running in the other side. We'll let that do its thing. Catch up here. That'll refill my front pan because it's down about 1/8 of an inch. So when that comes up, it'll all level itself out, and everybody will be happy. It has been some job. Let me say, it has been some job filtering this year. It has been a full-time miserable job. Oh boy. It has not been an enjoyable filtering season, let me tell you. It has been difficult. There's been a lot of sugar sand this year. Just a whole lot. Way more than we normally have. We're used to sugar sand. This stuff has just been interesting. Let's put it that way. It has been interesting to get everything filtered here. Right now, this cone filter is filled up to right about here. So there's every bit of probably a gallon of syrup in this cone filter waiting to filter through, and it just won't do it because the filters are that clogged. So, I got another filter here. It's just very difficult to do all that. So at this point, end of the night, we'll take it and I'll put it in the flat filter, let it do its thing there. I'll work through the pre-filters, kind of see how well those are draining out. It's not the pre-filters giving us a hard time, other than just the very bottom of them. It's the, have to find my tweezer, plier here. It's the Orlon filter. The cone filters work great. They do clog up. That's what filters are for. They're meant to clog. They're meant to filter this stuff out. You can see how dark this is here. That's all that sugar sand, that niter buildup. So let that filter through. You know, we go through 4 pre-filters. We go through the Orlon filter, and then we do 4 more pre-filters and another Orlon filter in the canner, the bottler there. What we're going to do now is, since this is all for our consumption or family, one of the two, what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to pull the Orlon filter out of the bottom of our flat filter, because that is what clogs up. So we're going to get rid of that. It's going to have gone through all these pre-filters. I don't see it being a problem. Again, if it was being sold, we wouldn't be doing that. That'd be different. But it's not. This is for us, our consumption. So why bother fighting something that we don't mind that little bit of settling at the bottom of our mason jar. It's really not a big deal. So. Let it do its thing and filter through. I'm going to do those. You can see I've got it just sitting there. It's filtering. Those pre-filters are going through. The pre-filters take out a massive amount of the stuff that we don't want in that syrup, and the Orlon filter there is what gives it that crystal clear that we want. Do I ever sleep? No, not really. That's running. That'll run pretty good for a couple minutes. We're not blowing flames. We haven't really blown flames out of the stack this year. Sometimes it's a little bit disappointing. When you're working this hard, you want to see a little flame. So one of the things you can do to make it easier to filter is to pull it off just below syrup. So if you're, run it a bricks below, B-R-I-X, run it 1 bricks below syrup, and then you can put it in that, you can run it through these filters, you can put it in that finisher, draw it off, filter again, and boom, straight back in and bottle it. One thing we have looked at is something called a filter press, which basically forces the syrup through filters. Those do use the diatomaceous earth as a filtering agent. We are looking into that a little bit, since the filtering is so time consuming. I believe that can be done cold. I believe, I have to check. That would make a huge difference for us. All the large producers use that setup now. A good option to be aware of, if nothing else. The maple syrup field has changed a lot since my grandfather did it, that's for sure. I remember going up to the, there was a maple supply house in Andes, New York, and I remember going up there with him when I was probably Jackson's age, maybe a little older, maybe I was 10, and I went up there with my grandfather, and we looked at evaporators, and that was when the concept first came out, and I remember him saying, boy, I just don't understand how these things work. And that's how I felt when I bought this thing. I did not understand how this worked at all. We've learned since then, but so the technology, evaporator-wise, has advanced an amazing amount in the last 30 years. This evaporator I have is every bit of 15 years old. So this is actually an old system, but it still works very well. Very little has changed in the last couple of years. Evaporator-wise, they've now been changing a lot with how the companies are filtering, or how the producers are filtering. They've changed a lot with the reverse osmosis setup. That has become really, really big, where you run it through the RO, they call it the RO, and you basically double your sugar content. So, be right back. So let's say your sugar content equals out to 40:1, which is fairly common for somebody like us who is only tapping sugar maples. Not the red maples, silver maples, just the sugar maples. We run 40:1 fairly consistently, sometimes 43:1. Late in the season it's higher. But what happens is if you run it through the reverse osmosis one time, that 40:1 drops to basically 20:1. You run it through the reverse osmosis again, it drops to 10:1. So, we're doing well, the sugar content is good, we're producing about a gallon of syrup an hour of boiling. Well, if you use the reverse osmosis system, you can produce 4 gallons of syrup in an hour of boiling. So that's a really big, fairly new concept to the maple syrup industry. The big producers all use it. I was talking about Shaver Hill up in Harpersfield, New York. Those guys use it, and like I said, they can process 3,000 gallons of sap an hour. So they got 3,000 gallons in their tank. It goes through the RO straight to the evaporator, and they can turn 3,000 gallons of sap into whatever their equivalent amount of syrup is. So that has changed a lot. What else has changed? The evaporators have changed a lot since they first came out 30 years ago. There's been a lot done with preheat. If you have a small setup, I remember my grandfather had a small setup, but he was able to increase his production by, I think, 15 to 20% as far as the boiling rate by adding a simple preheat. And the way he did it was his stack, I think he was on a 2x3 arch, so half the size of this, flat pan, and his stack was, I believe, a 6-inch. But he built a box that went around that stack that would preheat that sap and bring it up to, say, 100 degrees or 110 degrees rather than the 40 degrees that it was going in at originally. So that was a big deal for him, being able to jump that up that much. Huge deal. So preheat is key. If you're building your own system, preheat is key. You want to preheat. That's going to save all kinds of frustration in the back end. If you can add a preheat of some sort, you are going to increase your production rate greatly. And it doesn't have to be fancy. I've seen guys do it with a very small setup, flat pans, those type of setups. So very simple. And what they do is they simply wind a coil of copper around their stack. So they just wind it right around the stack, and they've got the nurse tank there, and they just crack it open, and they run it that way. So that could be your preheat hood, or your preheat. We have a hood that does it, like I said, but that could be your preheat. Of course, that kind of begins to look like steel a little bit, I guess, but doing over here, which you can't see, is I'm actually taking, hopefully not spilling anything, a little bit. I'm going to take some syrup and do the best that I can to get it into this finisher, and I'm just filtering it through the pre-filters. So it's all going to be for us, so don't mind a little settling in the bottom of the jar. Well, if any of you like really dark syrup, we've got some. This most recent boil here is may as well be black. Tastes wonderful, but may as well be black. But with everything going on, lack of a good year of syrup, so on and so forth, we really did not want to waste the potential we have here of getting a little bit more syrup. So we decided this boil was worth it, even though we're working for it. This stuff will be basically for us, but I think my light off, I spilled syrup on it. In a year where they're saying that the Canada Strategic Syrup Reserve is at a 14 or 16-year low or something like that, we figured it would probably be best if we did not waste what ran here a few days ago and try to preserve it a little bit. Try to recover from a bad year as best we could. So that's why we're still boiling. It's late year, you're working hard for it, but it's still serving. Even though to me this stuff's definitely a B grade. But still tastes good. All right. 9:55. Okay. Also, we're just about done for the night. Another overtime here. Grab some of that pine that's not quite as great. Alright, I think we're going to can what's left here. Pineapple. Won't take long to get this up to temperature, because we've got this is all stuff for us, so we've got this hot going in, might as well can away. The more we make, the better. All right, we're just heating that up, letting it cook up a bit, basically. Bringing up the temp. Probably done as far as this goes. Drawing off for the night. Any questions? If you're just joining us, please comment on the video. I've done a bunch of, well, maybe not a bunch, but I've done walk-arounds of everything. So we're just kind of winding down now, burning the last, basically the last wheelbarrow load of pine that I just brought in, just to start fresh. So the boil itself is slowing down at this point, but still trying to just make progress. We're gaining. Curious on the sugar content. Where's my little test cup for that? Must have misplaced that somewhere. Where that went? A couple of my friends actually had asked me what the sugar content is right now, and I truly don't know. So I'm going to step out for a moment and do a quick sugar content test. Bring that back in, and we're going to take a look. Alright, back in, and I'll show you our sugar content test. This is supposed to be done, I forget the exact temperature, let's see, 38. It's a touch higher than that, but this is a hydrometer for sap. Same thing, it'll spill over a little bit. This will tell us what our sugar content is. And you know what? That's 1 point, a little hard to see. Let's see here, 1 point something. 2. So our sugar content is 1.8. That's in the tank that's at the bottom of the hill. That's at 1.8. So that's actually not terrible. Realistically, it's higher than I thought it was going to be. So that's kind of good news. But our sugar content is 1.8. So the way you figure out how many gallons per gallon, the way, it's boiling a little high here, hang on. No, we don't need the bottler boiling over. So the way you figure out how many gallons of sap to gallon of syrup is you take 86, divide 86 by whatever your sugar content is. So I'm not going to do the math right now. I'm tired. It's the end of the day. It's not happening. But whatever 86 divided by 1.8, that should give you your sugar content. So at a 2% sugar content, I think it's about 43 to 1. So we're running probably 48 to 1, somewhere up in there, which isn't terrible. Usually this late in the year, it would not have surprised me to see the sugar content at 1.6 or 1.5. So that's good news, actually. I am a little surprised about that. It does mean that with all the sap that we had, we should add another 8 or 9 gallons to our yearly total with everything we have, as long as we can get it boiled down before it spoils. Again, hard to do that this time of year. It spoils really fast. I like it earlier in the year when there's ice in the buckets, when there's ice in those big collection tanks that we have. That makes the storage of it much easier. It just doesn't go bad when it's frozen. Thoughts for the day. I've been running syrup through the pre-filters here in the finisher. Again, this is stuff for us, so I really don't care if it's got that settling. It's really too dark to sell, but good for bread and whatnot. You want that maple flavor, and it's really to shine through. Like I said, cinnamon rolls would be amazing with this particular syrup, I bet you. Now I'm gonna have to try that, I think. So if anybody wants to show up at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, Abby will have fresh cinnamon. I'm kidding. Anyway, if you'd like to buy any of this to make your own fresh cinnamon rolls, let us know. We've got it for sale. So I'm just bringing this bottler. It's a finisher, but I'm using it as a bottler, just straight bottler right now. I'm just bringing that up to temperature so I can bottle what's left here that we drew off tonight. That's basically my goal. I'm going to continue to boil on because it doesn't make sense to not keep boiling while I'm out here. So I'm going to keep boiling, but really the goal is just to really get things cleaned up and work slow on that. You can hear the fire's cooled down a little bit. Not ripping as much as it was. It's what, 10:08. So we've done well though. We've boiled a good amount down, which is what I wanted to do. So like I said, this late in the year, get an awful lot of sugar sand. That stuff is miserable. It's like a black tar. It's filtered through. Actually, here I'll show you. I'm turning this filter inside out so I can wash it right now. Can you see how black that? It's just like a black tar. You can see it on my nail. So that's what we're filtering out. That's what this giant thick filter filters out. It filters this gunk out. Like I said, later in the year is where it really shows up. So when you are bottling in glass, you need to be able to filter well. It's just how it works. People want to be able to see through the syrup. Don't blame them. People want to be able to see through the syrup, and that's how that works. So. There is a chance that we have sap back in the woods still, and I have to check on that. I did not go back there today to check. Owen did collect for me yesterday evening. Out running around like a madman quite a bit this week. Soak for a little bit. I do have several pre-filters. I've got enough where if something happens, I can pull and switch quick. So that's really nice. Of course, I do now have syrup all over my hands from flipping that filter inside out. Forgot to rinse it first. Get rid of the bottle over here. All right. So we bottle at 190 degrees, 185 to 195. I bottle at 190. Sometimes that means I get a touch of niter buildup because the thermometer is not exactly accurate. It happens, but I'd rather a little bit of niter buildup than mold. By bottling at 185 to 195, we really eliminate the chance of a mold buildup. We sold a decent amount last year, and one friend of mine mentioned that one bottle had had just a touch after it had been sitting for a couple months not in the fridge. So that one, I believe that was end of the batch where the bottler had lost a lot of his temperature. So I don't like to hear that. I was not happy about that. I always tell people if there's a problem, please let me know. That's the only way we can know to fix anything. You know, if nobody lets us know that there was a problem of some sort, we don't know what has to be fixed. So that goes for everywhere. If there's an issue, make sure you let the person know. Most of the time, people really want to fix their issues, whatever they may be. Other times they don't care, but most of the time people want to fix things, especially when it's an honest mistake. So what I think we'll do at the end of the year this year, which will probably be after tomorrow's boil, unless by some miracle we get a freeze here again in the next couple days, and then we might get another run. But what we'll do is we'll drain everything, we'll boil everything through. I'll finish the last little bit in the front pan. We'll finish inside potentially, and what we do from there is I will fill both the front and the back pan with water, let that boil through, and flush it all, drain it all, boil it, flush it, drain it. Then we let it sit with vinegar for a couple weeks. And that eats that junk right off the bottom, and it works great. Just eats it right off. All right, let's see where we're at here. Yeah, just right there. There we go. Off. That off. And we'll get our work gloves. I started wearing work gloves when bottling because I always manage to spill 190 degree syrup on my hands. And the work glove adds just a little bit of protection, which is just enough so I don't scream in pain, basically. I'd move the camera over, but it's kind of a nice spot over there. So unfortunately, it is where it is. All right, let's see. Put our bottles up here I mentioned before as preheat, works great. So this looks like espresso. You want espresso syrup? What do we got? Like I said, my grandfather used to run one batch of this. When I got to this point, he'd say, "Forget it, we're done for the year." He really liked the light syrup. That was his favorite. He would do the light. He would always boil down until he got to dark. Well, we just go until we can't anymore, I guess. But he never sold it. He always gave it away. Said it wasn't worth selling it because it was so much work. We've got a slightly different view on that. We are really hoping to sell enough to make it a viable second income or self-sustaining hobby, basically. We use it, we love it, and if I'm going to have all this equipment to make it, then we may as well sell enough, produce enough so we can sell enough, so it kind of holds its own. You know, I'm not going to get rich off it, that's for sure. So, but if we can have it hold its own, then we're doing okay. It's an expensive setup. If we had to replace this evaporator, someday we will, so we want to try to keep investing a little bit, try to tuck a little bit away. You know, last year we sold enough, or 2 years ago we sold enough to buy this bottler last year. So that was our big item of 23. Which was nice. Really, really nice to have this rather than what we were doing before, which was bringing it inside the house to do a double boil. So now it's all done right out here. Keeps the mess out here, which is important for everyone involved. The amount of syrup that I had spill over on the stove and, you know, then spent hours cleaning was horrible. So this really made a big difference for that. I was always boiling the syrup over on the stove, making a huge mess. Here their boil is going down drastically. Now basically let it cool down at this point. Cool down process. Depending on how hot it was, how we left it, the cool down process can happen quickly or not. It was pretty hot when we started cooling it down, so oftentimes we can boil another 25 gallons in the cool down process. Because it steams overnight too. I mean, these fire breaks really hold heat for a long time. They'll steam for a while. Let's see, probably not, but I don't want to sit out here doing nothing, so. Enough through that just to fill this last pint if we can. It's close. Gotta take a gamble. It wasn't quite there. when you're bottling, try to fill it right up. And I actually hurt myself on this one for filling these mason jars right to the tippy top, because this last jar is right at 12 ounces, and that's all right. We'll add that to our personal syrup. So let's see what we did today. We're going to write down our final numbers for how much we've made. Let's see, I did 7, 8, 9 quarts there. So it looks like we added 22 quarts, which not too shabby. That's 5.5 gallons. So that today has really added to our total for the year. 5.5 gallons is a big deal on a year that's not great. Let's see, so I added 5.5. So that's 38.75. So we're 38 3/4 gallons for the year so far, but I looked at things, let's double check my count here. 7, 8, 9. 22, 5.5, all adds up 38 3/4. So that's really good news that we're up to almost 40 gallons. What's left in here will definitely be at 40 gallons. Plus we've got a few hundred outside still. I'll look at my final count, but we're somewhere in that range. So now I am just letting things cool down. We've rinsed filters out. Again, it's just, this whole thing cools and settles itself now for a little while. This guy out. You remember how dark that filter looked if you were with us a few minutes ago? That's still got all kinds of black tar in it basically, but we can work with that. Next time we boil, I'll flush that again. But I have another one that's already rinsed and washed and ready to go back to the surface. Doing good. Cooling things down, letting wine down. I'm sure you can hear it's a lot quieter in here than it was. I've got a little boil right here in the front. It's still steaming off. Again, this will steam off 10 gallons overnight. So if you bring it, I flood the pan right up to that top level, and then I dump a 5-gallon bucket that I keep of sap in here. I keep a bucket of sap in the sugar house, just as an oh-no bucket. And the oh-no bucket doesn't usually get used. I use it, I think I used it one time, maybe twice over the last few years, where a float was messed up and I didn't have a lot of time to fix the problem. So what I did is I dumped that cold sap straight in, and that kept us from having an issue. Well, little important tricks we learn over the course of a year. But again, we're winding down at this point. Try to move things around. Kids were in here moving some stuff around, so. There we go. All right, there's the front of it. So we're winding down. It's about 10:30. I'm getting tired. We will be boiling tomorrow. At some point, we've got a meeting to go to, I think, down at Walkill. So, but after that, we'll be boiling. Or before that, or depends when I get up, I guess. I don't know. Depends on the weather as well. Wind was blowing in kind of chilly tonight, so hopefully it stays cool. Got 100 and, well, hard to tell, 115, 110, 115 left in the nurse tank. But we've got, let's see here. Got 275 gallons left, which is comfortable boil. That's say a 7-hour boil, let's say, something like that. We're going to steam off a few more gallons here tonight, so we got 275 left. We'll probably end up actually starting at 260 tomorrow, which is basically a 7-hour boil with warm up and cool down. Once it gets right down to that 25 mark, I kind of throw a couple pieces of wood in and I let it steam, and I throw a couple more and I just watch the whole thing. Last time when we brought it right down, I brought it right down to below where we should be running it. But I brought it down below that by just throwing a couple pieces of wood in at a time to keep the boil going. And I knew that I had the condensation buckets going, so I could, if something happened, I could throw one in. That was a good option, but we were able to really get that down to where the back evaporator only had 10 gallons left in it. I think it actually had 8 gallons left in it by the time it finished its steam down. The back evaporator, when it's full, when we're starting it for the beginning of the day, holds 25 gallons. The front pan holds about 5. Maybe a little less. The front pan might hold 3, but it's a 30-gallon startup for us to fill both of these pans. You know, the back might be 27, front might be 3, whatever it ends up being. But that's how we started. So again, we're just doing a cool down, a steam down now, and let things settle out for the night so I can go in, shower, and go to bed. One thing we never, ever, ever do, I never leave the hood with sap in it, and I never leave the bulk tank, the nurse tank on the outside with the valve open. I don't just trust these floats. So we add sap, the hot sap, to the front pan, and I turn that valve off. We flood the back pan, so we go over the line that we usually use as where we run it, just so it can steam down overnight. And I then flush the hood, I drain the hood, which isn't a lot. I think it's about 1.5 gallons from the nurse, maybe 2 gallons, from the nurse tank to the drain point. We dump that in the evaporator itself. And I don't trust those valves, because the last thing we want to have happen is a valve go bad and have all this run all over the ground. Because even though the back pan is technically sap, it's usually around a 10, it depends on how we're running for the day. But usually it sits at the end of the night around 10% sap, which is, what is that? I don't know, 10 to 1, somewhere in that range, 7 or 9 to 1 maybe. But somewhere in there, 8.5, 9 to 1. So that has evaporated down a lot already. Like I said, if it's sitting at that with 20 gallons in it, there's a potential of 2 gallons of syrup in that back pan. And the way the front pan works is, if that has, let's say, also 2 gallons in it, that's all just about syrup. So we don't want to flood those 4 gallons of syrup and lose them and just trust the float to work properly with a stopper. So we've got multiple safeties in place. I shut everything down, and that's how we do that. One thing we're looking at for next year is to raise the tank a little bit, try to figure out a way to shade it better, to cool it better, and also to do an inline filter for the sap coming in. So we're looking at doing a whole house filter for the sap coming in to try to keep it just extra clean. The cleaner it comes in, the cleaner it goes out, the cleaner it filters out. So, a year that's warmer like we've had, classically we have more sugar sand. It's just kind of how it works. So not a fun thing, but a normal thing. But good day today. I mean, we bottled 5.5 gallons. So we added our count. What do we say we're at now? 38 3/4, I think. So we'll be over 40 before we're done for the year, assuming that everything is still good tomorrow. Far cry from the 75 minimum that we thought we were going to be at, but anyway. So that's all for today, folks, or for tonight, folks. Thank you for watching. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. If you're interested in buying syrup, especially if you're local to Ulster County, we've got syrup for sale. The kids have a little stand out by the road. They're usually out by that. When I'm boiling, they're usually out by that. But if you send an email, or if you know us, of course you have our numbers, but if you send an email to the Elmendorf Acres email address, we can hook up with you for syrup. So I think that's all we've got for tonight. I'm going to let this cool down and go offline with the phone. So thank you all for watching. Have a great night.